Hello? Okay, there we go. If you're speaking, you're muted. Thank you for telling me that. Yeah, but hello, Aiden nothing, Aiden brief. Yeah, Cummy nothing. All that stuff. Yeah, hello again. Yeah, I was just mentioning that like we literally just came off of like another stream, so it feels like we haven't gotten or came from anywhere. But yeah, yay, we hear you now. Yay! Yeah, I'm like I just finished eating. Not surprisingly. Because I wanted to just chat for a little bit at the start here before like we go in so we can let some of that food settle and like yeah. How was your rice dish? Rice dish? Oh god. It was really good. Yeah. It's like I kinda missed like the bacon bits that like I added in there that one time for breakfast last week. That was earlier this week actually. Yeah, but otherwise that was really good. Yeah, I'm glad that was like what I decided to do for just like a quick meal. Lily, did you have lunch? That is a good question. How about you, Mari? Have you had lunch too? Because I somehow get the feeling that you just woke up from a nice nap, so then you probably haven't had the chance to actually eat lunch yet. Because I heard that you were like feeling the best last night, so I wouldn't be surprised if you were like still like resting, even up until now. So yeah. Oh, I did. I had soup. Nice. Okay, so at least you had something. So that's good. I have a cupcake here with me, by the way. I think I'll probably just put it back, if I'll be honest, because it might be a bit ambitious to be trying to like eat this cupcake while in the middle of streaming, if I'll be honest. Oh, I ate. Nothing influenced me to eat. Nice. You know, friends should be a positive influence in like each other's lives, you know? And that means that we eat when we need to, because if someone else is eating, then that's good. I was actually being productive this morning. I needed to be awake today. Oh, I see. Oh, hopefully that all worked out today then. Do you still need to like do much more for today? Because it's kind of like your weekend, right? So I didn't want it to be cutting too much into like what should be your time off, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go put this cupcake away. I don't know why I thought that I would be able to eat this before we started Fate, but I was hungry. I wanted a treat. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta like put this in the container again. Good thing I didn't throw it away. Oh god. Alright, I'm back. A nap sounds so nice right now though. I can imagine, yeah. Because a nap for me also sounds really nice right now, because I only got like 3-4 hours of sleep last night. Excuse me. Because after like after I was done like watching some streams last night, I stayed up a little like a little bit. Like a long time after that, just like working on the Millie sheet music from Ender Magnolia. And then so a lot of it was just like me like going like back and forth about like how like the chords in the left hand are supposed to sound, because I was just like trying to match it with what I was hearing. And I do think it does sound better. Some things are just some things are still not where I want it to be in that regard, but then I did make some progress. So yeah. So brain rot. It happens. I'm sorry. Besides, it's like it's such a nice relaxing song too that like it honestly was part of the reason why like I was able to even stay up to do that in the first place. But yeah. But in case you guys missed it too, I just posted a like a small tiny little clip on Twitter. Like just to give a context to Probably the most insane thing that happened in the stream earlier this morning. So yeah, I'm gonna turn it into like a full-blown short on the YouTube channel at some point. It may not be today, but I think I'll probably work on it tomorrow, because I think that moment is way too good because of just like the way that I sound. Just kind of like in general. So yeah. You're a person that laughs when sad is what I got from the clip. Not entirely, because like this was after I had already been like full blown crying, like after all of that stuff happened. So this is just me just trying to like bounce back in the middle of my tears, you know, and then just like trying to like process everything that had happened. So yeah. I see. Yeah, I promise. I promise. I don't always cry. I don't always laugh when I cry. So, yeah. Did you retweet it on Celestia? I didn't. I'm kind of scared to, honestly. But I can do that right now, so it won't take like too much time. So then let me go ahead, because thankfully I just have like the account added on my browser, so I can just like switch over just like that. Reposted by Celestia FET. Whoa! Yeah. Oh, I can't switch my account back. There we go. Oh, I was going to. Okay. Did we like double retweet it? Oh, hopefully not. There you go. Yeah. New post notifications for Celestia. There we go. Yeah, but thank you. But yeah. Other than that though, like, let me see, because like I didn't really do too much chatting during like this morning stream, because I wanted to save it for the start of this stream, since it was going to be like later in the afternoon, right? So it feels better to chat here than over there. But yeah, I didn't really get to say it like too much, but god, that was a really good event. Like inside of Stellar Blade, the Stellar Blade Nikkei event. It's a shame that like the mini game will like literally freeze my computer. But other than that, the writing was amazing. The music to go with all like the story beats was also amazing too. And of course like the battle songs, like the characters themselves, and just like map setting and all that, which is like so good. And like I know that the developers have put out like a little talk, like saying that like they felt like they were really being pushed to like their limits to do a collab that would be able to live up to the expectations of like everybody playing, of like a same company collab, like Shift Up with itself, right? And honestly, they did such a good job. I'm glad you liked it. Your love for the game really shows when you play it. It was nice. Yeah. You can easily see like how I put like at least a year into that game by this point, right? It's only been a year, but I feel like that year is still like a lot that I put into it too, because it was around like, because I was playing like right before the 1 year anniversary, I'm pretty sure. It might have been the 1.5 year anniversary, and we're like just finished the 2.5 year one a couple months ago too. So yeah, but hopefully I'll be able to find more excuses to just kind of like play that game more in the future too. So I'm having my fingers crossed. One day you'll be celebrating your 8th year playing that gacha game. Honestly, I'll be happy if it can make it to that long. But also at the same time, if they manage to conclude it in like a satisfying manner before 8 years, then I will be just as happy too. Because like, there's a very clear endpoint for the story, right? And that's to like reclaim the surface and like free it from like the raptured threats. And then we've got our first glimpse at the Rapture Queen herself in the 2-year anniversary event. So it means that I feel like we're already like heading towards like the end game for like in terms of like the story and all that stuff, but it still might take a while to like get there. So just to like give them time to properly like ramp up the story to like reach its finale, you know? So yeah. Me at FGO NA. Yeah. Let me see. I think that was about it with that. Yeah. Yeah. But all that being said though, next week is gonna be an interesting one because I'm gonna be playing a game that I thought I was not going to stream at all, at a request of a Celestia member. And besides, like, not to make it sound like that they're responsible for it, but like, I feel like it will also be fun just to like stream myself too. To like, oh okay, I'll give this a shot. And then also like the part 2 to like the music making stream. And then whatever like whatever's gonna be like the next weekend game, if we do actually finish Unlimited Blade Works today too. Because that's gonna be the goal at the very least. I know that today is gonna be a very long day in the visual novel, but I'm not sure like if there's gonna end at exactly the same amount of days as like the Fate route, or if it's gonna go like past the 15th. I think it was. Go past the 15th for Unlimited Blade Works too. So yeah. Ooh, stream what? It's not a secret because like it's all in it's all mentioned in Discord. But I'm gonna be playing Thief Simulator 2, which is just like kind of like a feels like an out of nowhere pick, in my opinion. And which like I saw like our group members' reaction to like me buying that game. I was like, oh, you're a massive fan of this, huh? Or at least of like of this game being streamed. And then like, so it surprised me. And I was like, oh sure, I'll play it. So yeah, because I only have like 12 minutes like into it right now. So like, it's no problem to like start over. So yeah. Nice, yeah. So I'm excited for that next week. And it's gonna be like a kind of like a weird schedule because of like I'll be booked and busy, you know? Next week, especially since it's holiday week. So work schedules are like a little bit like funky at the moment, but it won't stay like that forever, thankfully. Because I would have been a little bit mad if like I tried to make like this new schedule and it turns out that, oh, I'm about to lose even more time to stream, you know? So that would have been like frustrating. Like if I'll be honest, but thankfully it's not gonna come to that. So yeah. Yeah, but it does make me think about like Astra's schedule, honestly, because like it sounds like that she got hers finally. So then and then she'll probably talk about it more tomorrow when she streams Xenoblade. But yeah, I'm very curious to see like what'll happen from there. I see, yeah. I've been having a good weekend so far, Johan. I think I said that already in the last stream, but I'll say it again here because this is a new stream. So yeah. I wish our schedules aligned more. Yeah, like if I had like a half day Friday, that would be like amazing, honestly. Because one, that would be like so like coveted. Who said that? Who just said that? I have a feeling I know who it was. Let me see. Why? Thank you for the tip, for the dono. Do the link down there, but like, why? Did you leave a note? I have to look at that later. Man, I should get like alerts and stuff like that. Man, just so like everybody else can know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if not just like a Friday, like a half day, and then like at the very least being able to like stream with the rest of Celestia like more during the week too, because yeah, being 3 hours ahead of you guys is tough for me, especially since all of our good times to collab is at night. And even though I personally don't mind, I can't just think about myself. So yeah, literally FGO gotcha pull dono. Wait, oh, we are about to like finish Unlimited Blade Works, aren't we? That means about to start FGO. Oh no, what am I getting myself into? Alright, yeah. Thank you again though. I'll be sure to like put that money somewhere safe so that nobody tries to like buy Oblivion gift codes with it, like what happened a couple months ago, and so that I don't use that money for anything an accident either. One day we'll be able to collab. One day, Celestia will reunite. We debuted our announcement. Now we need to have a reunion stream. I was like, wow, it's been so long, you know? Oh man, it's like we had the spirit, but maybe we didn't think it all through, like particularly. But then it's okay. It's like, I'm not too pressed about like not being able to stream all the time together, since we still need to focus on our own channels and stuff like that too. But still, like, I feel like there's so many like games that we all could be like collabing together. We were just playing in our own like time that we're missing out on just because we're not able to with schedules and stuff, right? So yeah. But one day, because this is only a temporary situation, right? And one day it will change. How it'll change, we don't know, but it will. Yeah, the big surprise will be revealed today, probably. So you'll be free to play FGO since HF secrets are more so in the writing. Oh, Heaven's Feel secrets are more so in the writing. Okay. I want to play Peak with everyone. Oh yeah, with like from when you collab with Tori on Wednesday. I watched a little bit of it, like at the start. I saw you like throw yourself off the top of the of like the rock wall, like trying to see if there was fall damage. Yeah, but like it seems like just a funny game in general. So yeah, I'm glad it sounds like the you two had fun together now on Wednesday. Yeah. Okay. So I guess with all that being said, let's go ahead and open up Fate so that we can like get closer to starting FGO and spending these $40 that was sent to. You're too kind. You're too kind. But also, you're making me spend it on gacha, so it's like, is it really? Excuse me. Okay, back over here. I don't need to do that. I'm like literally in this scene right now. One of us. It's like giving me like a free taste, right? By like making my first sample free for me. So it's like, oh, now he must keep pulling and keep playing. I swear to God, I swear to the gacha gods that I hope I can get a Saber, and I can get like I'm assuming Rin is also like a character, because even though it's about the servants, I feel like some masters are also like characters that you can summon too. So I want both of those. I unfortunately gotta go now, but have fun with Fate. Yeah, thank you for stopping by, Lily. And thank you for stopping by the earlier stream too. Yeah, have fun tonight too with your Apex stream. Well, Rin face? Oh, somebody that looks like Rin? I'll take that too, honestly. Alright, continue. Yeah, I switched out my my cupcake snack for... Oh, we're still only on the 13th. That's insane. I thought we were on the 14th already. Yeah, I switched out my cupcake snack for like these like pirouette, like chocolate sticks. So yeah. So that should be more manageable for me to like snack on here and there. One of them is my wife, so I can't confirm you will see her. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Before that, okay. Let's start reading. No tears to like make my voice sound nasty or higher pitch too. Before that, there's just one more conversation. When they get out of the forest and day breaks, before they head to the church, the girl tells them the fact that she kept hitting.
今のうちに言っておくけど、シローが返してくれたペンダントね。あれ、一つしかないものなの。
She doesn't say what it means, but that means that he doesn't pursue it further. That is because that is an unnecessary matter when they are about to fight their biggest enemy, Caster. Only one pendant. the one that he found in her room and returned to her. The one that he picked up that night and put into his desk. Now's not the time to be pursuing that contradiction.
言っておかなくちゃいけないのはそれだけよ。シローが私の部屋で見つけたペンダントってあーちゃんに返してもらったものなんだ。シローがランサーに刺されたあの日にね。私はてっきりあいつが拾ってきてくれたものだと思ってたけど。
The decisive battle is near. The roof of the tall church can be seen in the corner when looking up at the sky. Tosuka says she wants to confirm things one last time. Our roles are decided. Lancer will draw Archer and Saber away from Caster. We will use that opening to fight Caster. In response to Lancer sarcastically asking if we'll be able to defeat Caster.
まあね。私とキャスターを1対1にしてもらえれば、まず裏をかけると思う。
Tosuka replies with confidence. I don't know what she means by outwitting her. She wouldn't tell us even if we asked, so it must be a strategy that has a lower success rate if she tells her allies. Then, all I need to do is fulfill Tosuka's demands. I will keep Kuzuki from protecting Caster, no matter what. I'll project his swords however many times is necessary to do that. I close my eyes and dive inside myself. The magic circuit that flows inside me is stable. Magecraft beyond one's capacity will destroy the user themselves. The first time, half of my body went numb. The second time's projection was surprisingly easy and had no effect on my body. There's no guarantee that the third time will be the same, but I think there should be no problem if it's just copying his swords. My body is stable. Through sheer awareness alone, I have access to the magic circuits that were so difficult to create before. It's like there's a fake nerve behind my normal nerve, and I'm able to reverse them for just the press of a button. He has a switch! There's part of me that wants to believe it's because I got used to it. I can easily prepare the swords. Projection has become my primary weapon. It's improved greatly compared to 10 days ago. Not only has the control of my magic circuits improved, but even my sword technique has improved. The reason behind it. I stopped myself from thinking about the reason. It's top priority to defeat Caster and get Saber back. Asking myself stupid questions can come after the battle. My headache gets worse the closer I get to the church. It's just like when I was looking for Tosuka, but I stopped thinking about that. The sunrise is gray. The sunlight is blocked by the clouds, sealing the dawn's brightness. The sky above is cloudy. The sky is closer to black than gray and reminds me of that time 10 years ago. Is it going to start raining soon? A dull white sky. That man was standing under the cloudy sky that smelled like it had just stopped raining.
君のことだ。必ず来ると思っていた。
He stares at Tosuka with cool eyes. Tosuka doesn't say anything and stares back at Archer.
それで、用意した策は何だ？何の手立てもなしで勝負を挑む君ではあるまい。
ああ、とりあえず、てめえの相手はこの俺だ。
はい。
驚いたな。私を失い、数日と経たずに新しいサーバントと契約したんだ。やれやれ。私もそうだが、君の移り気もなかなかのものだ。これは、たもとを分かって正解だったかな。
It's Mr. Mari himself!
構わないわ、シロ。あいつの挑発になんか乗らないで。
She stops me, still staring at Archer. But it's obvious looking at her face. Even if she knows she's provoking her, It doesn't change the fact that those words hurt for Tosaka.
前から気に食わねえ野郎だと思っていたが、てめえ、少年から腐っているようだな。
おう、裏切りは勘に触るか、ランサー。自分が裏切られたわけでもないのに、律儀なことだ。
別にお嬢ちゃんに肩入れする気はねえよ。単にてめえみたいなサーバントがいるってことが気に食わねえだけだ。
英雄の誇りか。まったく、どいつもこいつも同じようなことばかりを口にする。あのキャスターでさえそんなくだらないものを持っていてな。死した身で今さら何の栄誉を守るというのだ。正直私には君たちの考えが理解できんよ。
ああ、しなくていいぜ。考える手間を省いてやる。
Conversation ceases between the two of them. All that's left is Lancer's sharp intent to kill, and Archer's calm intent to kill. They're about 10 meters apart. The Knight in Red and Knight in Blue confronting each other is like a reenactment of that night.
Lancer?
Tosaka calls to the Blue back.
お前たちは中に行け。こいつをぶっ倒したら俺も行ってやるからよ。
I saw a meme recently. Oh god, what was it? It was like Shiro and like Ku was like a grocery like clerk or something like that. And I can't remember the caption, but it's like god, that's the only thing I can remember. It's like Shiro was a customer, and then Ku was like a grocery clerk, and they were like standing in the cash lane. But I don't remember what like what the caption was or what even like the meme was about. So, you know, it's a scratch I thought.
分かってる。けどランサー、アーチャーは。
ああ、手抜いてやる。あいつには土下座して、お前に謝ってもらわなくちゃいけねえからな。
Was she a fishmonger? I don't think so. It was just like he was just a cashier. Without looking back, he smiles while still staring at Archer. He has a lot of day jobs.
ありがとう。
A man who hustles, huh? I see. That's a good hustle you got
努
there.
力に来てくれたのがあなたでよかった。
We go around the two and run to the church. Archer, the guard, casually let us go through. No, he had to let us through. Archer's already confronting Lancer. If he gave us attention in such a situation, he would get stabbed in the chest by Lancer the next moment. Either he doesn't let us go but gets attacked by Lancer, or he lets us go but it confronts Lancer. If he really is guarding this place, the choice should be obvious. We run around the courtyard and open the door to the church without hesitation. Behind us.
まったく、面倒なことになっちまったな。
何がだ、ランサー。
いや何、あんな顔で礼を言われた日には手抜きもできねえ。そういうの困るだろ。おいそれと主を裏切れない身としちゃ少しばかり眩しいってもんだ。
随分と甘いのだな、ランサー。君は隣の芝生は青いという言葉を知っているか。
What are you saying about Tosaka?
何てげる。なもん、俺が知ってるわけねえだろうが。
悠長にやってる時間はないわ。ランサーがアーチャーと決着をつける前にキャスターを倒すわよ。
分かってる。ここから無駄口はなしだ。それと、本当にキャスターを任せていいんだな、トサカ。
ええ。とことんまで追い詰められるだろうけど、それでも手は出さないで。シローは、久月先生をできるだけ引き離してくれればいい。
We go past the chapel and head to the door leading to the courtyard. Oh yeah, let me say what flavor I have. I have chocolate hazelnut. For my like pirouettes, like like noodle feeling thing. It's a Pepperidge Farm, but yeah, I like chocolate hazelnut because like it's much more muted chocolate taste to it. That sometimes feel like things like chocolate fudge or things like that can like get too intense for. So as a like a snack flavor, chocolate hazelnut is really good. I like it. I won't hesitate if Tozuka says so. I actually went to the market this morning but forgot to buy snacks. No! I bought in so many snacks recently. Like, I need to be stopped, meanwhile. Because I bought these, like Cheetos. I was supposed to buy them as, like, a snack. Or, like, to go with one of my, like, work lunches, right? But I just ended up taking it home instead. And then the one that I got is a Mexican street corn flavor. And which, it's like, it's supposed to be corn, like some some spiciness to it. The cheese and then like a little bit of lime on it too. It's not my favorite Cheetos flavor, honestly, but like I'll finish it. But it's just not what I was expecting, especially when I was thinking it's gonna be just like an elote, but no, it's not. So yeah, so I'm kind of disappointed about like how that turned out. And then what else did I buy? Oh, I got a can of Pringles. That's like cheddar and sour cream. So I haven't opened that yet. But after I finish the Mexican street corn one, then I'll open that one up. I don't think Mexican street corn flavor beats the real thing. I was foolish to think that it ever like come close, honestly. So teaches me like to be more careful, right? Most of all, I don't know if I could back Tozuka up even if she were in trouble. My opponent is Kuzuki. I wouldn't even be able to dodge his first attack if I'm paying attention to Tozuka. At least you tried something new, yeah. I just wish it didn't cost money to try new things. That doesn't... Okay, I take that back, hang on. I'm okay with spending a little bit of money trying new things. Caster's presence is getting closer. She must not even be hiding her powers, as the church is surrounded by Caster's magical energy. With this amount, she must already know about our raid.
Torres, on.
I knit together the illusion as carefully as I can using the 8 steps. I got used to it, as his swords are in both hands within a minute. I feel a light headache. Even though I'm getting used to it, it takes some sort of toll on my body after all. Projection is certainly affecting my body without me realizing it. Heaven's feel, huh? Is that route going to be about Shiro like pushing his body to his absolute limit, trying to project? Ooh. Is it my imagination? For a moment, I thought Tozuka had hung her head in sorrow by running next to me. We'll find out eventually, yeah. My theories that I can't keep track of anymore. We go down through the darkness. We run down the stairs that go underground and go out to the open area. And after that, we jump off of the railing of the stairs down to the sanctuary like before.
あら、飛び降りてくるなんてまるで猿ね。何を急いでいるのだか知らないけど、人間なんだから階段ぐらいは使いなさい。
We land in the sanctuary. This is supposed to be a surprise attack, but Caster greets us with composure. There is Soichiro Kuzuki standing beside Caster. I feel no enmity or bloodlust from him. That is his battle posture. His clear, murderous intent is even hiding the dreadfulness of that man. But not to me. I knew from the first moment that I met him. In that regard, he's even more like an assassin than a servant assassin right now. Saber is at the altar. The situation is the same as 2 days ago. Saber is still tied from the ceiling with her head hanging down. I'm relieved we made it, but at the same time, it worries me how awfully quiet she is. I feel like Saber was a bit more in pain before. She was shaking slightly, as if weaving with her whole body to go against Castor's magical energy. You thought he was ugly from the start. That's not the same thing. It's not. You're right. But she's silent now, like she's frozen. I have a bad feeling. It's good Assassin is not here, but we won't be able to get out of here alive if my worries are alive. If my worries are true.
来たわよ、キャスター。いろいろ考えたんだけど、やっぱりあなたには消えてもらうことにしたわ。目障りだし邪魔だし煩わしいし、何よりその格好が気に食わないのよね。今時紫のローブなんてどこの田舎者よって感じでさ。
Ooh, okay. Trying to make sure that I don't like send like pepperidge sticks flying everywhere. Whoops. Tosuga insults Caster, who is full of composure, as if refusing to lose against her. Even though she's saying such things, she must actually be feeling the opposite from the way she's slowly closing in on her. Now's not the time for me to be concerned about Saber either. If Tosuga is going to close in on Caster counterclockwise, I'll close in clockwise. Caster and Kuzuki. If we're going to separate them, we have to attack them from both sides and isolate our enemies.
見逃してもらった分際で随分と勘違いをしたよね。今時の魔術師は皆こうイノシシ頭なのかしら。これではアーチャーが見限るのも当然ね。
Tosuga's insults must have worked on her, as Caster is glaring only at Tosuga. I use that opening to move. I move to the other side of Tosuga, where I can attack Caster from the other side. Kuzuki watches that in silence. I knew it. There's no way that man won't notice something like this. He's aware of everything. The fact that we're trying to defeat them one by one, and the fact that Tosuga has some kind of plan. Even with that in mind, Kuzuki is letting Caster do as she wishes. It's not like Kuzuki is being manipulated by Caster. He became Caster's master of his own free will. But still, based on his passivity, Kuzuki is close to a puppet. A servant who is skilled in providing backup using magecraft, and a master who is skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Their roles are reversed, and I feel like their way of being is reversed as well. Caster who persistently seeks the Holy Grail, and the master protects Caster without his own will. That makes me think without a reason, that if Caster was a master, and Kuzuki was just a servant who protected her, then they wouldn't have fallen so low. Tosuga looks over at me. It means our positions are perfect. Then, the match will be settled if either of us attacks. Whether Tosuga and I get defeated, or Tosuga defeats Caster before that, our battle with Caster will end here.
それじゃあ始めましょうか。あなたとの小競り合いもこれで3度目。いい加減ここで型をつけてあげる。
Tosuga steps in closer to Caster.
大きく出たわね。まさかとは思うけど、本気で私に勝てると思っているの？お嬢さん。だとしたら腕比べどころの話じゃないわ。今回も見逃してあげるから、まずその少年を直してらっしゃいな。
そんなの勝てるに決まってるじゃない。だってそうでしょ？あなたみたいな三流魔術師に一流である私が負けるはずないんだもの。
そうなら仕方がないわ。その増長厳しくしつける必要があるよね、お嬢さん。
Well, they brace themselves at the same time. With a few meters between them, they look like mirror images. That is the signal. I attacked the defenseless caster. And of course, I'm blocked by Kusugi's blow. The ghost-like assassin is in front of me. I don't have the composure to watch over Tosuka and caster's fight. He already knows my intentions. He will not let me buy time. Letting out the snake that cornered even Saber, Soichiro Kusugi comes to take my life. I can hold him off for 1 minute at most. It should be the same for Tosuka. Originally, this was a battle with no chance of victory had the roles not been reversed. There is no way we could win against enemies who surpass us in both hand-to-hand combat and magecraft. But looking at it the other way, we can at least put up a fight. Tosuka would be killed in an instant if she fought Kusugi. The caster would end me just by pointing at me if I fought her. On the other hand, we might not be able to win, but at least we won't get killed in an instant. In other words, this battle is not about how we can defeat them, but a battle like walking on a tightrope to see how long we can hold off an opponent who is superior to us. Back to Archer and Lancer. Caster. The lethal weapons cross. Twin swords and the spear repeatedly attack, trying to take each other's necks. Those attacks are continuous, without hesitation. Every blow that is released is meant to kill. Lancer is not an exception. Even though he told Rin Tosuka, his ally, that he would take it easy, that becomes secondary once the battle starts. It merely means that if his spear happens to miss Archer's heart, and it does not kill him instantly, then he won't finish him off. Even in that case, his enemy will die, but Lancer would just need to drag Archer to Rin Tosuka before he does. Lancer does not care what happens after that. The Crimson Demonic Spear invades the enemy's territory. The spear breaks through Archer's defenses each time it is thrust. It is different from the battle from before. Archer cannot handle Lancer's attacks that he was able to dodge that night. It's only natural. This is the second battle. Lancer was bound by a certain command spell. To learn his enemy master's strengths, his master told Lancer,
お前は全員と戦い。だが倒すな。一度目の相手からは必ず生還しろ。お前は全員と戦い。
Isn't that, Kirei? Isn't that his voice?
お前は全員と戦い。だが倒すな。一度目の相手からは必ず生還しろ。
I think it is, because we do know that he does become Lancer's master. But then, it's not clear yet if he's done that again in this route. That is the only command he was given. He obeyed such a ridiculous command, and his no hards barred battle had finally come. Therefore, there's no way that it is the same as the last battle. There is nothing binding Lancer, and Archer is now finding the fastest heroic spirit out of all the servants. Anguish escapes from Archer for a second time. Even his hawk-like eyes cannot follow Lancer's spear. The spear's trajectory is no more than a point to start with. That was changing into a flash of light now. We cannot see the tip of the spear closing in on him. Even the movements of Lancer's arms and legs are speeding up to reach the realm that is no longer visible. He was able to dodge this because he knew Lancer's spear from the last battle. He's doing what he can now, using the fact that he is inferior to Lancer when it comes to hand-to-hand combat as a weapon to handle his fierce attacks. He's adjusting of where he gets attacked. The knight in a red cloak limits the attacks by creating fatal openings himself. Of course, he would die if he does not dodge these attacks. But he was going to die getting wounds all over his body from trying to avoid an instant death. He'd rather die an instant death with all limbs intact. Otherwise, it will all have been for nothing. Fortunately, Lancer is still underestimating Archer. No, he is simply immersed in the battle itself. If they are going to keep on killing each other with just a difference in ability, then he can think of another 30 ways of showing openings. Predicting the enemy's movements using information gained previously, and breaking the status quo from cultivated battle experience. That is the mind of steel called the Mind's Eye that is gained from training. There is nothing deemed as extraordinary. This is the only skill that he possesses. It is not innate like Saber's instinct, but it is a simple weapon that anyone can gain from training in a frank manner. Lancer withdraws his spears and stops for a bit. He observes the disgruntled bowman in red. It's obvious who is going to win. Archer has no chance of victory at hand-to-hand combat. That is something he knew. If Archer is a bowman like his name suggests, this cannot be a fair fight unless he is shooting from a distance. But he blocked the attacks. He has been at an advantage and should not last a few more blows, but he blocked my full force attacks. Is he strong? Or am I going easy on him? I sneer. Archer is a mysterious servant. I should admit that he's strong in that regard. But it is unthinkable that I'm going easy. The first attack was aimed at the neck to blow his face off. The second attack was aimed at the heart to smash his ribcage. There's no way I'm going easy. There's no way, but it is certainly true that I wasn't trying to kill him. What is there in a serious battle? A battle between servants comes down to a battle of noble phantasms. The fact that I'm cornering him without using that fatal attack is proof that I'm going easy. That reason, the cause seems to be the expression of gratitude that he had never heard before. Riddance, thank you. The swords clash harder than before. Both parties spring apart with sparks that fly. Lancer's full force blow, as if he is about to hit himself, is offset by Archer's full force attack. The distance between them is about 5 meters. With that distance, Lancer would be able to close in at an instant. The spearman in blue murmurs.
貴様、これだけの腕を持っていながらキャスターについたのか。貴様取りんならば、キャスターになぞ遅れは取るまい。
Lancer stops admitting murderous intent, but there is no opening in his stance. At that, Archer slightly smiles.
驚いたな。何を言い出すかと思えば、まだそんなことを口にするのか。ランサー、私は少しでも勝算の高い手段を取っただけだ。リンがどう思うと、私はこれ以外の手段はないと判断した。
His voice, full of confidence, has no sense of guilt. The knight in red actually did not regret betraying his master.
そうかよ。尋ねた俺がバカだったぜ。
Archer agrees. Lancer snorts and quietly raises the tip of his spear.
確かにお前は戦上手だ。そのお前が取った手段ならば、せいぜいうまく立ち回るだろう。だが、それは王道ではない。貴様の剣には、決定的に誇りが欠けている。
His fighting spirit rises. Seeing that, The bowman in red smiles in delight.
ああ、あいにく誇りなどない身だからな。だが、それがどうした？英雄としての名が汚れる？笑わせないでくれよ、ランサー。汚れなど、成果で洗い流せる。
You can't you?
そんな余分なプライドはな、そこいらの犬にでも食わせてしまえ。
In an instant, the slightly relaxed atmosphere completely changes. The air freezes. The demonic spear, with the magical energy to disrupt the order of the world and invert cause and effect, is raised. The murderer's intent that is released is nothing like before. In the midst of the tension where it's difficult to even breathe.
犬と言ったな、アーチャー。
The spearman in blue bellows in a voice that could drive crows away from the battlefield.
事実だ、空風林。英雄の誇りなぞ持っているのなら、今のうちに捨てておけ。
よく言った。ならば、お前が先に行け。
Lancer jumps back greatly. It is not the matter of distance to thrust his spear. The distance that opened between them in an instant is over 100 meters. Lancer leaps back to the entrance of his clearing and crouches on all fours like a beast. Archer's five senses freeze. Is it fear or awe? Whichever it is, he immediately understood the meaning of Lancer's retreat. The fact that his enemy's next attack is literally a fatal attack.
俺のゲイボルクの能力が効いているな、アーチャー。
Lancer, crouching on the ground on all fours, raises his waist. His form is like a sprinter waiting for the starting pistol. Archer does not have the time to answer. The knight in red throws away his swords and immerses himself in his own mind as fast as possible. But will he make it? Lancer's posture. If his demonic spear is like the legend, the double phantasm that blocks it cannot be superficial.
行くぞ。この一撃、手向けとして受け取るがいい。
The blue panther runs. Even his afterimage is far away. Lancer sprints towards Archer like the wind. The distance between both parties is 100 meters. Lancer is not going to thrust his spear with that running start. The blue figure grouches. The spearman that ran through 50 meters in an instant suddenly leaps up from the ground. His body flies through the air. Dai, hello! Good morning! Hope you've been having a good weekend so far. Yeah. He holds up the magical spear that always pierces the heart once it is thrust. Space distorts. According to the legend, that spear scatters numerous arrowheads once it is thrust into the enemy. In other words, the spear of causality responds to the words. The spearman in blue leans back as if drawing a bow. And he slams down that blow of war. It is a noble phantasm that was made to be thrown. The spear that always pierces the heart once it is aimed. The cursed noble phantasm that cannot be avoided and will continue attacking the target every time it is avoided. That is Gaybald, the spear of destruction possessed by the hero who never lost once in his lifetime. There is no way to stop the thing that is shot out with all of Lancer's magical energy. It cannot be avoided nor dodged. Therefore, it is fatal. There is no way for one to survive once they are targeted by the magical spear. The magical bullet approaches. In a split second, the knight in red closes his eyes as if accepting his death.
I am the bone of my soul.
The Thorn of Light clashes. The moment the Thorn of Destruction comes falling from the sky to directly hit the knight in red.
No. Ah, yes!
The true name is spoken, shaking the air. The spear and shield clash. The spear of death which breaks through every projective wall and evasion. That spear is stopped. The fatal spear is stopped by Archer's noble phantasm, swirling up a storm of wind and scattering debris. The 7 flower petals that appeared from somewhere protect Archer and oppose the magical bullet that tries to shoot him down. Who would know? This protection itself is Aeus. The only thing said to have stopped the javelin of the great hero is the shield of Aeus. There are 7 barriers shaped like flower petals, and each layer is as strong as a castle wall. It is a bounded field noble phantasm, and is invincible against any projectile weapon targeted towards the user. A thrown spear would surely be defeated by the shield without penetrating even one of the petals. At the very least, Archer does not know of any spear that can break through the shield. Yet, that fatal spear breaks through it effortlessly. The 6 flower petals destroyed. Only one remains. The magical spear reaches the 7th petal that has never been pierced through and doesn't stop its force. The unstoppable thorn of the magical spear. With that right in front of him, with a roaring spirit, Archer pours all of his magical energy into his own noble phantasm. Lancer, who has landed on the ground, stares at the servant in front of him. Archer has wounds all over his body. His stretched out arm is like a decayed branch. His face is distorted in pain, not only from the wounds on his arm, but from enduring a headache beyond his imagination.
驚いたな。アイアスを貫通しうる槍がこの世にあろうとは。君のそれはオリジナルのグングニルを上回っている。
About the headache? Relatable. The knight in red compliments the spearman in blue from the bottom of his heart. There's no way such a thing would get through to Lancer. His strongest attack, the attack that made him a hero, was blocked. He's so angry that his glare should be able to kill someone. But that anger is almost erased by a strong wonder. It is too strange. It is true that Archer is a mysterious servant. Archer also being a weapon nerd. I'm starting to see what his deal is. His identity is unknown. He carries twin swords while being a bowman. Even showed a shield that could block Lancer's strongest attack. That is abnormal. Such a hero cannot be found anywhere in this world.
貴様、何者だ?
ただの騎兵だが、君の見立ては間違いではない。
ざれ言を、騎兵が宝具を防ぐほどの盾を持つものか。
場合によっては持つだろう。だが、それもこのざまだ。魔力の大部分を消費したというのに、腕をやられ、アイアスも完全に破壊された。まったく、私が用いる最強の守りだったのだがな、今のは。
Lancer keeps glaring at Archer, who is bantering. Then,
それより気づいたか、ランサー。キャスターめ、存外に苦戦していると見える。こちらに向けられていた監視が止まった。
Archer adds, raising his arms as if to surrender.
そうかよ。そうじゃねえかとは思ったけどな。てめえ、元からそういう腹か。
無論だ。言っただろう。勝率の高い手段だけを取ると。
He betrayed Rin to make her and Shiro stronger for the rematch against Caster. Lancer says bitterly and turns his back to Archer. His job is done. His role to distract Archer is meaningless now. There's no need for him to support Rin Tosaka any longer. The Spearman in Blue turns on one heel to return to his master and lays on the grass to observe some more. Okay. I desperately parried the constant flurry of fists. Kuzuki's fists are live snakes. Even I barely dodged them. They change their course of direction to come bite me the moment I avoid them. That's how Saber got seriously injured. Saber was grazed by Kuzuki's snake, but she had the reflexes to dodge it. But I don't have such reflexes. I can't dodge them. And first of all, I can't even see his fists. I can't see them, so it's impossible to even dodge them. My shoulder. Kuzuki's fist grazes my left collarbone. It's like a sledgehammer. It feels as if my left shoulder is shattered, and I almost dropped my dagger. I stop and bear it, repelling the repeated fists aiming towards my face with a dagger in my right hand. I desperately retreat. I retreat without regard for my appearance, while Kuzuki closes in without revealing how he advanced. I shiver at his stance. I won't be able to withstand the next attack. It's absurd that I was able to parry all the attacks until now. It doesn't feel real. My misunderstandings of being able to manage with just defense and being a decoy until Tosaka defeats Caster shattered from the first blow. Soichiro Kuzuki took our previous battle into account. Before, I was able to fend off Kuzuki, who attacked Tosaka. So I thought I'd be able to block his attacks if I projected Archer's twin swords. But, on the other hand, that means I can't do anything without Archer's swords. Kuzuki took that into consideration. This time, the first thing that Kuzuki did was try to take away my twin swords. My right dagger shatters. His fist, strengthened by Caster's magecraft, destroys my sword with just a few blows. I immediately replaced the dagger. I can't expect high quality from a forced projection, and quickly made swords. As a result, the twin swords that had received several attacks lose their accuracy. Shiro, no! I can't control my breathing. I frantically block Kuzuki's snake with my twin swords. My body just follows the twin swords. My limbs that copy Archer's movements have far exceeded the limits of my body. And then there's this headache. My body erodes every time my twin swords are destroyed and I project new ones. It's different from using up magical energy. It feels like I lose one of the few magic circuits I have every time I make a new sword. I'm almost out. I might be able to make 2 more. It's over when my magical energy runs out. But first of all, would I even be able to make 2 more? I'm in the air. Kuzuki's right fist, the fist that he hadn't been using, was thrust like a spear. I parried the blow that tried to pierce through my chest and ribcage with my twin swords. In an instant, my twin swords are destroyed. It seems like I was flung away from the impact. I feel something hard against my back. I must have been flung about 5 meters. Ooh, hang on, I gotta stand up and stretch. I'm getting really sleepy. Oh, okay. Or if anything, I'd probably try to just like stream standing up for a little bit. Yeah. So I do like this, and then just like, oh, man, that's not tall enough. Right here. I guess like this angle will have to do. The penetrating impact is numbing my heart. I can't breathe, and I can't even move my limbs. Just for a few more seconds. They're in that gap of my heart resuming to work. The devil approaches. This is it. This man would finish me off if I dropped my guard for only a second. With me like this, it would be more than enough time to kill me 6 times. I glare at my enemy. Even if my limbs don't move, there are still things that I can do. I'm not one who wields swords to start with. My weapon that I fight with has always been magecraft. Then, it's not over yet. My role is to hold Kuzuki down. I can't give up without fulfilling my role. That hitting sound didn't come from in front of me. The structure of the sword that I was imagining disappears. Kuzuki, who was approaching to twist off my neck, stops. That abnormality was behind Kuzuki. It happened to Caster, with the altar behind her. Oh, what happened? Another interlude. Okay, I should be able to just sit back down now for a little bit. Wow. Tozuka is also at an advantage. No, the burden is greater than mine, so she clearly understands the difference in their powers. I love interludes. Caster points her finger towards her, full of composure. The magecraft is Ero. Caster has no need for incantations. As a wish that lived in the Age of Gods, she does not need a process to connect herself with the world. Caster is always surrounded by the divine mysteries that make the world go round. For her, magecraft is just something she commands. It is just like ordering a guard dog to attack. Instant magic. Man, she counters that with her treasured jewels. She doesn't have time to cast a spell, and she cannot match Caster's magecraft with simple spells. Their skills as a mage are as far apart as heaven and earth. To bridge that gap, she can only bring out the thing that she has been accumulating for a long time. The crystallization of magical energy that she has stored since she was born as the daughter of a mage. She faces the challenge, preparing to use the remaining 9 out of 10 irreplaceable jewels. Caster keeps her smile, even though her magecraft is being nullified by pure magical energy. Caster, who can exercise magecraft almost infinitely. And the girl who opposes her using jewels as amplifiers. That difference is obvious. I do not know how many jewels she has, but it should be around 10 or 20. There's no way she can defeat Caster with that amount. She neutralizes the electric charge with the 7th jewel. Let me see here. Yep. There are 6 jewels left. With 6 more spells from Caster, her trump card will run out. Without reacting to the giggling voice, she readies the jewel between her fingers in preparation for the next bullet. Just as Caster says so, or just as Caster says, her jewels would not shatter, she was just protecting herself. Each jewel would be able to block Caster's spell about 3 times, but she couldn't do that. Caster's Magecraft covers the sanctuary once it is activated. Kuzuki should be protected by Caster, but he is an exception. If she doesn't counter Caster's Magecraft before it is activated, then Shiro Emiya, who's keeping Soichiro Kuzuki busy, will burn and die. Therefore, it is meaningless if she protects only herself. She can't let him die like that. The premise of this strategy is that he stops Kuzuki.
まだ守りきるつもり？大した信念ですけど、それもいつまで持つかしらね。受けてばかりでは結果は見えていてよ、お嬢さん。
Caster's fingers move. In response to that, she makes the first move. Her jewels will run out, and she'll be killed if she keeps on defending. Caster's Magecraft and her jewels. If the magical energy contained is the same, that means she can beat Caster if she makes the first move. But she cannot surpass Caster's spells. Ren Tosuka is the fastest without using spells, and can establish Magecraft just by releasing jewels. Caster is also the fastest, as she can create divine mysteries with just one phrase. There is no first move in their battle. This is just a clash of power against power. The first one to lose from the clash and run out of magical energy loses. Then... she just needs to force her way through. She uses her jewels one after another and breaks through Caster's magical energy. There are 3 jewels released. Additionally, she uses her treasured 4th jewel to add a synergistic effect. That Magecraft is beyond her limits. You cannot use Magecraft surpassing your own tolerance. She herself who told him that is breaking the rule to unleash this attack. The attack would destroy not only the sanctuary, but the entire church had Caster not defended against it. But the Witch in Purple blocks it like it is nothing. No, it wasn't just that. Caster has swallowed all of her magical energy into her robe. Tosuka stands there in astonishment. Behind her, she can hear the sound of his defeat. The sound of breaking swords and his body slamming against the wall. The match is about to be settled. There is nothing she can do, and her body sways. She staggers forward as if defeated by inescapable despair.
あら、これで終わり？まだ手持ちの宝石はあるのでしょ？諦めずになくなるまで試してみたら？
She has no energy to answer. Regardless of how many jewels she has left, this was the best she can do. If that didn't work, not even 100 jewels would be enough to hurt Caster of her Magecraft.
そう、ようやく理解したようね。何をしようが私にはかなわないと。けれど楽しくはあったわ、お嬢さん。魔術を競い合うのは久しぶりでしたからね。ええ、それだけでもあなたに価値を与えましょう。
She stops herself from falling forward, suppresses her nausea with her hand, and keeps glaring at Caster.
悔しい？けれどこれが現実よ。むしろ誇りなさい。遊んであげたとはいえ、あなたはこの私に魔術戦をさせたのだから。
Then, Caster points at her, as if to pronounce her death sentence.
消えなさい。あの坊やが私のマスターに倒されるのは時間の問題。その前に、 こちらもそろそろ終わりにしましょう。
Excuse me. Caster slowly murmurs her death. That opening. She had been waiting for that judgment. She only needs one phrase to relieve the spell. She hangs her head and smiles as she murmurs. I doubt my own eyes for a moment. Tosuka and Caster. The battle of Magecraft ended with Tosuka's defeat. Tosuka slowly staggered forward as if asking for Caster's forgiveness, and Caster released Magecraft to finish her off. That moment. Tosuka counters the released Magecraft. That's fine. That's not surprising. The problem is after that. Tosuka punches Caster with a fired up stance. Tosuka throws herself into the Hellfire. Yarn, get her! She counters the released Magecraft and, using it as a distraction, she jumps onto Caster. You think that spells are the only things I can throw? Caster's surprise is that of a mage. She could not have predicted that the mage that lost in Magecraft would come punching at her. I didn't expect it either, so it must be like blasphemy for Caster, who's an excellent mage. She throws hands, exactly. But that isn't just a useless struggle. Tosuka closes in and lands a 1-inch punch, a Chinese martial arts move on Caster's chest. A shattering sound. Tosuka must have strengthened her fist like Kusugi, as her blow easily breaks through Caster's defense. I'm honestly fascinated by her coordination. Tosuka drops to the ground right after the 1-inch punch. Putting both hands on the ground, she crouches down to Caster's knees. The caster, who has no hand-to-hand combat knowledge, it must look like Tosuka disappeared. Then she executes a foot sweep. Her kick, using her entire body, is explosive, as they're trying to kick off Caster's legs. Caster's feet are swept beneath her and lands on her back. But it doesn't stop. After the sweep, Tosuka stands up with her back turned to Caster, uses the turning momentum to jab Caster with an elbow. Tosuka stops her turning and throws a straight punch at Caster, putting her weight into it. Caster's body is blown away. Taking Tosuka's straight punch directly, Caster is slammed into the wall like me. She is flabbergasted. Leaning against the wall, Caster paints dizzily. There is distance between them. Tosuka kicks the ground to cover the few meters between them. The match is settled. Caster cannot move, and her wound seems fatal. The battle only lasted for a few seconds. The match is settled within the 5-second interval after I was smashed into the wall when confronting Kusugi. Caster has no energy left to fight back. Tosuka closes in on Caster with saber-like speed and delivers a finishing blow. Strengthening for just a few seconds using Magecraft. Tosuka intended to fight Caster close combat from the start. Caster only saw Tosuka as a mage. She acted like she was at a disadvantage so that she could use that opening to achieve her one-time surprise attack. The plan worked. Caster was deceived by Tosuka and completely lost. Tosuka has won this battle. Yes.
Yeah, そこまでだ, Tosuka.
No. If not for this man's monstrous athleticism. If Tosuka running to Caster was like a hurricane, then his speed is like a storm caused by the devil. Tosuka stops. In front of Caster, leaning against the wall, is Soichiro Kuzuki, who was just in front of me until now. Tosuka moves. The instant Tosuka feels death and immediately shields her face while jumping back. Kuzuki's right fist that blew me away strikes Tosuka's face. Tosuka guards her face with both hands and jumps back, but she's sent flying. Tosuka is smashed into the wall opposite from me with her arms dangling down, as if they are broken. He says calmly. But that's not Tosuka's fault. The reason she lost her chance is because of me. If I had stopped Kuzuki, Tosuka would have defeated Caster. This is my responsibility. Our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was lost because of my inexperience, and Soichiro Kuzuki's superior hand-to-hand combat skills. Caster's regained her consciousness. With Kuzuki by her side, she extends her awareness to the entire church. It was all for naught. Ambushes won't work on the Caster anymore. Tosuka barely has any strength left, and I only have 2 swords left. This is bad. If they use her to attack us in this state, we won't be able to see the light of day ever again.
感謝しますわ、マスター。あなたがいなければ、あのまま倒されていました。
筋はいい。今はセイバーを起こせ。甘く見ていい相手ではなさそうだ。
ええ、的確な判断ですわ、マスター。
Caster raises her hand and points at her on the altar. She is visibly bound by magical curses. She! Just as Caster is about to set her free.
ああ。それがあと数秒ほど早ければな。
The sound came from above. Now he? I can hear the whisper coming from the stairs above me. Caster was the first one that noticed something was wrong. Kuzuki can't tell. Why? Because Kuzuki can't detect traces of magical energy. Caster is on the move. Countless amount of swords can be seen, floating above Caster's master. Above Soichiro Kuzuki.
Soichiro!
Perhaps Caster understood that she wouldn't be able to block the attack. She now stands in front of her master trying to shield him from the assault. Oh. I was certain that voice above me uttered such words. The room is now silent. The floating swords turned their gaze upon a single target on the floor and rained down upon them, piercing them. The swords vanish after they have cut through flesh and bone, leaving behind only traces of crimson. She chose to be a shield. Dragging her bloodied body, the woman looks back to the man she tried to protect. Kuzuki says nothing, while his servant stands in front of him with countless piercing wounds. Maybe she feels she doesn't have to hide it anymore. Taking down her hood, the woman shows her real face and slowly approaches her master. Oh. She's pretty! Her body is crumbling. At the brink of her death, the woman looks up on her emotionless master. Scary lady so pretty! Yeah! She's got pointy ears, wow. She gently caresses the man's face with her hand. Woman, that is your husband. Her breath getting shallower with each fading second. Kuzuki shows no changes. He simply utters a short confirmation, and he does not bother to turn his gaze on Caster.
よかった。あなたに死なれては困ります。
This is fine. Wait. The woman lets out a smile, realizing that perhaps she's content because of this man.
でも、残念です。やっと望みが見つかったのに。
The woman's hand drops down from the man's face. Castor's body starts to disintegrate from her feet.
悲嘆することはない。お前の望みは私が代わりに果たすだけだ。
The simple and straight answer makes her smile. She smiles, and she looks at him like she's staring into a fading dream.
それはダメでしょうね。だって私の望みはさっきまで叶っていたんですから。
The great witch fades away as she falls to her eternal slumber. Her purple robe falls to the ground. Without its owner, the robe also follows its master and fades into the wind. Not spending a moment looking at Caster, Kuzuki had turned his attention to that guy. The guy probably standing above me, to the knight wearing a red cloak. My head hurts. It's not from the burden of projecting too many weapons. It's that chant. The chant that came out of that guy's mouth is attacking my brain with a constant feeling of nausea. Tres, on. I'm certain that's what he said. I keep telling myself it's not possible for him to whisper those words. But without a doubt, he uttered those exact words. Archer walks down into the church. Tosuka stares at Archer and is probably still doubting her own eyes.
あーちゃ、もしかしたらって思ってたけど、そういうこと？
Archer's not saying a word. He focuses his sight solely on his enemy, Kuzuki.
獅子心中の虫か。初めからこれを狙っていたな、アーチャー。
ああ。だが、どちらかといえば、トロイの木馬だろう。倒すべきがギリシャの英傑であったのだからな。例え話としては、そちらの方がふさわしい。
Trojan horse. Archer betrayed Caster right in front of her master, yet he shows no traces of regret facing the same man.
そうか。お前のような男を引き込んだキャスターの落ち度だったな。
Is she Ophelia? Is that her name? Like the oracle of from the Greek from Greek mythology? Ophelia? Is that her name? Even with the traitor standing in front of him, Kuzuki shows no changes in his tone. He still has fight left in him. He's not a mage, and he's lost Caster, but Kuzuki still has the will to keep this fight going. He resumes his combat stance. Without Caster, Kuzuki's combat ability should have decreased drastically. Even if he's still the same dangerous Viper, Caster's boon that turned his fist to steel should have been gone by now. Isn't Ophelia from Hamlet? Man, I can't get any of this right. Legolas and now Ophelia. Despite that, Kuzuki still decides Legolas. Sorry. Despite that, Kuzuki still decides to face Archer. There's no Ophelia in Greek mythology. I had a bad feeling after Mari said that, man.
そうか。続けるというのなら止めはしない。
But she is an oracle in Hamlet, right? Archer takes up his swords. There are unseen sparks between them. The battle is set to begin. Shakespeare, yeah. Is that really for the best? Kuzuki said he's not interested in the Holy Grail. He was simply here to accompany Castor, truly a master in name only. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any more reasons for Kuzuki to keep fighting now that Castor is gone. Ophelia from Hamlet, yeah. Good morning, Chris. Hope you've been feeling better since last weekend. Or, the last time we spoke, yeah. I think she's just a noblewoman in Hamlet.
待て、どうして続けるんだ、クズキ。あんたはキャスターの言いなりになってただけだろう。キャスターはもういないんだから、戦う理由はないはずだ。
I guess I think the Oracle from Greek mythology is just called the Oracle, so I don't think she has a name. My head hurts so much that my consciousness is fading, but I'm fixing my sights on both of them. You'll be both. Actually, Shiro. I had to focus really hard to like stay awake right now. She's supposed to be his love interest, kinda. I think I kinda remember that, yeah. It gets weird because, like, you know, typical Shakespearean, like, romance comedies and tragedies, all that stuff. Kuzuki closes his eyes for but a brief moment and answers.
そうだ。戦う理由などない。お前と同じく、私は聖杯などに興味はなかったからな。
But unfortunately, we killed his wife, so...
だが、これは私が始めたことだ。それを途中でやめることなどできない。
It's simple. His answer is plain and simple. The fight begins. They had a title for the lead oracle, for the main oracles. Most think of, I think, Pythia? Pythia? Probably Pythia. Interesting. Pythia. This battle between them will probably end in a single encounter. Even if Kuzuki possesses martial arts and skills beyond that of a simple human, his opponent is a servant. Simply being better than normal humans is not enough. This fight is just an excuse to tighten up a loose end. Clues were given tied to Heracles and Jason. I don't know who Jason is. She's not Megan, right? Like Hercules is like a Meg, the love interest person from Hades. No, because she's not a witch. So, because I remember that she's tied to them. This is the fate of the loser. Jason of the Argonauts. I don't know that myth. Or like his stories. A fight between the two masters is always going to be kill or be killed. So what's going to happen to Kuzuki is to be expected. If one is going to have a problem with this, then don't ever step into this war. Even so. I'm gonna try to stop them. If I can stop them, why shouldn't I try? Yeah. He was all about that golden fleece. Never heard. Oh, golden fleece? I think I know about his golden fleece, but I didn't know that was tied to Jason. Was Megan a real character in Greek myth? I thought she was, at least. Like, it's not like Disney would just make up everything about everything that they take to make for movies, you know? If there's a way for him to be saved, if there's a way to resolve this without killing, is it so wrong to wish for it? I don't mind being called naive, and I know I'm a hypocrite. To a master, defeating your opponent means killing them. They're all aware of this fact before getting themselves involved thus far. They chose to fight knowing they would have to kill or be killed trying. I know how much of a coward I am for wanting to step in and stop them from fighting. And yet, if I had already decided to fight for someone, to help someone, then I can't afford to lose a life when that life can be spared. I'm a Jason hater. I'm a Jason supporter. Oh god, what's going on with Jason? Oh, I don't think she was. I think she's a Disney creation. Okay. So she's definitely not her in that case, yeah.
やめろ。勝負はついた。これ以上は。
I tried to stop them while enduring my headache. In that moment, Kuzuki makes his move. Maybe my move gave him an opening. Kuzuki shortens the distance between him and Archer in an instant, and strikes right between his eyes. A strike that would have shattered anyone's skull, yet Archer decided not to dodge the deadly attack. A sound can be heard as the attack makes contact with Archer's head. The Red Knight chose to withstand Kuzuki's strike, and used the opportunity to pierce through Kuzuki's chest. Conflicts. There's only silence. No one could utter a sound, even I am at a loss for words. Soichiro Kuzuki is dead. He died on the path he chose, like a ghost who left behind no words or longing, nor feelings of hope or regret. My head hurts. I'm not sure if it's because my stressed magic circuits is pressing against my nerves, or because I can't forgive Archer for killing Kuzuki without even batting an eye, or maybe I'm mad at myself for being utterly powerless to oppose. Without knowing the cause, the sharp pain in my head gets even sharper. Whoa. In the end, it was the gods that made everyone's lives tough, regarding Jason and Redacted. Ah. And Caster? The gods, huh? I turned my head towards the sound. With Caster gone, the binding curses should be undone. In front of the altar at the back of the church, Saber hits the floor. Saber! Still lying on the floor, Saber's breathing is labored and in pain. This Redacted guy seems like a problem. He shows up on like tons of like important places. Like, what's his deal? Seeing her like that makes me forget about my headache.
Saber!
All of Greek myth in a single line. They even made their own lives tougher for themselves too. That's the thing too. I rush towards her. I'm annoyed that even the few meters between me and her feel so far away. She's so pretty. Whoa. Even if it was like put on her against her will. Wow, I want this Saber Def Geo. Saber looks up. Seeing me running towards her, Saber lets out a sigh of relief. Pretty, yeah. She suddenly tackles me and sends me flying. A sudden blow from the side. I was knocked down without resisting. My body is sent flying and bounces hard against the floor. My back lands first on the floor. I'm still confused by what just happened, but just as I look up, in that moment, I hear the sound of metal clashing again. Back in her normal outfit. What I see is Saber armoring up, and right in front of her, on the ground where I had stood, there are multiple swords piercing the floor. It's him. He lets out a sound of disappointment as he keeps his sight on Saber. This guy again, yeah. Not even able to stand upright, Saber glares at Archer. I don't have to guess the reason. He fired his sword and tried to kill me from behind my back. Saber noticed what he was trying to do and instantly covered for me. Tosaka stands there looking at him dumbfounded, while Saber wields her sword as she's gasping for breath. Even if their positions are different, they harbor the same question. Now that Caster is defeated, why is Archer trying to kill Shiro Emiya? Only Archer and I stood unfazed by the interaction. That's right. I'm not surprised at what just happened. We have despised each other from the very beginning. We have stood against each other, knowing we will never get along. We both reject each other's existence, not even knowing why. Why? The reason behind why we must reject each other, if it's really what I think it is. Of course he would want to kill me. I tried to stand up after being knocked to the floor. Saber was pretty desperate. She probably charged into me without being able to hold back. Because of that, she could barely catch her breath. Sometimes you just don't like someone for no reason, I guess. Sometimes. That's why I must stand up. If the Saber knew where to tackle me, it wouldn't be this weak. Right now, she barely has enough strength to even face me. If she used to go up against Archer in that body of hers, it would be no different than suicide. These are two masterless servants right now, so they're not obligated to listen to us. Tozuka approaches Archer. Of course she's refused. Archer only sided with Caster so he could betray her at the end and kill her. Now that he succeeded, there's no reason for Archer to attack me.
芝居はもう終わりでしょ。キャスターは倒したんだから、もう勝手な真似は許さないわよ。
許さない？わからないな。なぜ私が許されなければならないのだ？私のマスターでもないお前に。
はーちゃん？
お前との契約は切れている。自由になった私が自ら進んで人間の手下になると思うのか？
Tozuka looks upon Archer like she still can't believe what she just heard, but then a sudden realization hits her.
まさか、あーちゃん。
私は私の目的のためだけに行動する。
Try to kill Shiro, because otherwise Rid will never be able to.
だが、そこにお前がいてはいささか面倒だ。
Tozuka jumps back. She distances herself from Archer and starts running towards me while I'm still trying to stand up. But Tozuka was not able to do that. A storm of swords 2 meters tall is raining down. The swords come down in a circular pattern, stabbing the floor to create a cage. The circular cage with barely enough space for a single human. The instant the cage is formed, Tozuka is trapped in the middle of it.
ここまで来て邪魔はさせん。契約が切れた今、お前にかけられた0時の縛りも存在しない。キャスターについた理由はそれだけだ。あの0時を無効にするためには、契約を破棄せねばならなかったからな。
Archer starts walking, turning his back on Tozuka, who is now trapped in a cage of swords. He is not walking towards Saber, but towards me while I still have a knee on the floor.
やっぱり、なんでよあーちゃん。あんた、まだシロを殺すつもりなの？
そう。自らの手で、エミやシロを殺す。それだけが、守護者となり果てた俺の、ただ一つの願望だ。
何？
Strength has returned into Saber's body. She collects her thoughts, focuses her strengths, and shifts between Archer and myself.
あーちゃん、あなたは、まさか。
そうだ。いつか言っていたな、セイバー。俺には英雄としての誇りがないのかと。無論だ。そんなものがあるはずがない。この身を埋めているのは後悔だけだよ。俺はね、セイバー。英雄になどならなければよかったんだ。
Saber's will to fight is leaving her body. Maybe she has suddenly understood something. Whatever it may be, she no longer has any animosity towards Archer. No, they're trauma bonding.
そういうことだ。聞いているがいい、騎士よ。マスターがいない身で無茶をすれば、すぐに消えるぞ。 もはやエミやシロにはマスターの資格がない。肩入れしたところで君の望みには届かない。
それはできない。マスターで亡くなったとしても契約は消えない。彼を守り剣になると誓った。聖杯戦争など知らなかった彼はそれでも私の一方的な誓いに応えてくれた。その信頼を裏切ることなどできない。
She holds up her invisible sword, but the brave and gallant knight is nowhere to be seen.
そうか。ならば、偽りの主ともども、ここで消えろ。
Swords appear in the archer's hands. What? Saber can't even withstand the archer's attack as she is right now. I stand up and try to reach out for Saber. Maybe she's trying to stay away from my reach. Saber focuses all her strength to her feet and rushes towards Archer. The fight is over after a few rounds of trading blows. The old Saber would have undoubtedly overpowered Archer, but now she can barely swing her sword for seconds before she's down on her knees. Saber doesn't even have a sword in her hand anymore. In an effort to resist Caster's curse, she used up all of her magical energy. For Saber now, even taking in air is an effort. She's facing down, all fours on the floor, and trying her hardest just to maintain her existence. Archer raises his arms. He swings his swords down upon the defenseless Saber. I rush in and muster up all my strength to block Archer's attack. I hold up my two swords. With the weapons I instantly project in my hand, I fix my sight on the Red Knight.
あとしばらくはおとなしくしていると思ったがな。さすがに目の前で女が殺されるのは耐えられないか。
うるさい。お前が殺したがってるのは俺だろう。なら相手を間違えるな。
The two of us continue to face off with each other. We both hold twin swords in our hands. Even though our stature may differ, our stance is absolutely identical.
人間もそこまで行けば本物だ。だが、お前の体はその魔術講師に耐えられるかな。
A clear mockery. But like you said, I am at my limit. My headache won't stop. My accelerated magic circuits are at their limit because of my repeated projection. In my current state, if I continue to trade blows with him while maintaining the swords, my brain will explode before he cuts me down.
前に忠告したな。お前に投影は扱えないと。分不相応の魔術は身を滅ぼす。お前をここまで生かしてきた奇跡の代償。ここで支払うことになったな。エミヤシロ。
Archer is charging towards me.
黙りやがれ、てめえ!
At that moment, I meet Archer's swords of my own, with such intensity as if it would make me forget about my headache. I swing my weapons. My movement is simply a mimicry of my opponent's. And my swords are borrowed, so is the skill to wield them. That's why there's no way I can match him. Even if I'm at my peak condition, I'm not able to defeat him. The fate can come close to the real thing, but it will never surpass it. That's why I didn't have a chance to stand up to this man from the beginning. He told me to drown holding on to my ideals. He also told me my life was a lie. I couldn't say anything to him, because he was my ideal. The power to realize the impossible. A man who became a heroic spirit after saving so many others. I am the one who wished to become like that. That's why I can't win. The man standing in front of me is the one who has reached the end of my ideal. If this man is truly the same person who wanted to become stronger to save others, the embodiment of Shiro Emiya's ideals, The sword shattered. While I was able to block his attacks, I lost my swords in the process. My consciousness is fading. My body is uninjured, but what's inside of my body is bleeding, slowly withering away.
納得がいったか。それがエミヤ四郎の限界だ。無理を積み重ねてきたお前にはふさわしい幕切れだろう。
He raises his sword. Just when I tried to discern which side the sword is going to cut down from with my fading consciousness.
汝の身は我が元に、我が命運は汝の剣に。聖杯の呼びに従い、この断りに従うのなら。
Tosuka's dignified voice echoes in the church. Maybe he was distracted by that. The sword strike loses his momentum. If that's the case, even in my current body, I can dodge that attack. I rolled away on the floor to create some distance. Archer clicks his tongue. He doesn't go after me and looks at Saber on the floor. Is she with Saber? Tosuka is reaching her hand out to Saber from her cage of swords! Responding to her call, Saber rushes to Tosuka with all of her might. Close enough.
Saber の名にかけ誓いを受ける。あなたを我が主として認めよう。リン。
This is a contract that should have happened. Saber is finally able to get the master she deserves. Whoa! Winds gather and whirl around Saber. Perhaps it's because she's gotten her real power back now that she has a proper master. The Saber facing Archer now is not the same person as before. Yeah, winning team. I'm not the only one stunned by this sight. Even Archer is enchanted by what's happening. A surge of magical energy and a set of armor that's impervious to damage. That enormous magical energy, which is enough to overwhelm anyone, is truly infinite. That is Saber. The heroic spirit of the sword that is said to be the most powerful of servants. Maybe he can't spare any effort on me anymore, but Archer's only focusing on Saber.
それでどうするセイバー。リンと契約した以上、君は本当にエミヤシロとは無関係になったわけだ。
言ったはずです、アーチャー。シロとの誓いはなくならないと。
Saber says with the determination. Stupid thing, Saber. Irritated by her words, Archer grips his swords.
あなたこそどうするのです、アーチャー。あなたがシロを手にかけるというのなら、私は全力でそれを阻む。考え直すのなら今のうちです。今の私を相手にして勝機があるとは思わないでしょう。
Saber's words are true. Saber in her condition now could go against Berserker one-on-one and still walk away victorious. It doesn't matter who Archer is, he can't win against Saber. He understands that better than anyone, yet. Not letting her respond, Archer charges at Saber. Swords clash. A bolt of crimson rushes towards Saber, and Archer swings with all his might. She's so cool. Saber blocks that attack without even flinching. Their difference in stature and even Archer's sudden burst of speed makes no difference. Saber parries Archer's attack with ease. Yet Archer is the one who falls back despite being on the offense. A single strike with the utmost power and precision. Not only was it blocked, he even lost his balance in the process. Archer falls back without hesitation. Seeing an opening, Saber attacks Archer with a fierce onslaught. There's nothing Archer can do other than block Saber's attacks. If he tries to counter, Saber's sword will split his skull in that opening. Now, he doesn't even have to spare effort to think about countering. Only resistance allowed for Archer's blocking Saber's attack until he runs out of strength. Even then, that won't last long. The magical energy imbued in Saber's sword is chipping away at Kanshou and Bakia. The twin swords can't stand any more of Saber's attacks, nor does Archer have much strength left. The end came sooner than expected. Not able to withstand Saber's assault, Archer falls down on his knee. Saber stops for a short moment then swings down her sword. That decisive strike, Archer stopped it with the cross formed by his swords. The fight ends there. While Archer did stop Saber's attack, he can't move another inch. If he lets go even an ounce of his strength, Saber's sword will cut him in half from the skull down. Pouring all his strength into his arms, Archer stops Saber's strike. Sweat is dripping down Archer's forehead. He's gasping for breath. In contrast, Saber is calm and collected. In close-range combat, it's impossible for an Archer-class servant to win against the Saber-class servants.
ここまでです、アーチャー。先ほど私の身を案じていましたが、それはあなたにも言えることだ。キャスターを倒すためにあれだけの宝具を使った今、魔力は残り少ないはずです。加えて、この世にとどまるためのマスターもいない。魔力の供給もままならない。今のあなたに何ができる？
それこそ余計な世話だ、セイバー。アーチャーのサーバントにはマスターがおらずとも単独で存在する能力がある。マスターを失ったとしても2日は存命できよう。それだけあればあの小僧を仕留めるには十分だ。
You're gonna use the rest of your time and manifest it as a spirit to just kill me? Wow.
バカな。まだそんなことを言うのですか。あなたの望みは聖杯ではなく、白を殺すことだとでも。
Archer didn't respond. His cold eyes simply stared at the baffled and troubled Saber.
なんということを。アーチャー、あなたの望みは間違っている。
He's obsessed.
なぜそのような結末を望むのですか。そんなことをしてもあなたは。
Is it because I am a sword? Because of Avalon? You won't be saved. Saber bites down her lips before she can finish her sentence.
間違えているか。
Archer puts more strength into his arms. He stares back at Saber.
それはこちらのセリフだ、セイバー。君こそいつまで間違った望みを抱いている。
A brief moment of sadness flickers in Archer's eyes as he asks Saber.
アーチャー。
Saber's grip on her sword weakens. Archer seizes the opportunity to free himself and uses the opening to kick Saber off. Ouch, yeah. Saber was sent backwards from that kick, but she lands with grace. The situation doesn't change from a minute ago. A stalemate between Saber, who is protecting me, and Archer, who has his back turned to the cage, Tosaka. The distance between the two has extended to about 5 meters.
分かりきっていたことだが、やはり剣技では及ばぬか。
The swords in his hands disappear, and he faces Saber empty-handed.
アーチャー、剣を捨てたということは、戦いを収める気に。
まさか。君こそ思い違いはよせ。俺はアーチャーだぞ。もとより、剣で戦うものではない。
After saying that,
I'm the bone of my soul.
in a whisper, Archer starts with the incantation.
やめろ、アーチャー。私は、あなたとは。
セイバー、いつか、お前を解き放つ者が現れる。 それは今回ではないようだが、おそらくは次も、お前と関わるのは、私なのだろうよ。Unknown to death, unknown to life.
The incantation echoes in the church. I am sad again, but let's go to chant! Nothing changes in the surrounding. An incantation that long will most certainly affect the environment. Magecraft is something that works by exerting influence on the world itself. However, his incantation doesn't do it, but...
だが、それはあくまで次の話。今の俺の目的は、エミやシロを殺すことだけだ。それを阻むのならば、この世界は、お前が相手でも容赦はせん。
He raises his left arm. Does that mean he's completing his incantation?
Unlimited blade works.
With a clear phrase, he starts to exert his influence on the world. Flames erupting. The flames trace across the floor as if drawing a line. Does that mean the flames are creating a boundary around the church? The bright luminescence generated by the flame envelops the church. In an instant, the church was replaced by a strange landscape. My headache is overpowering my thoughts. I can understand. I can understand this magecraft. This bizarre scenery. It shouldn't be possible for me to understand, but I was able to decipher what is happening in front of my eyes naturally. And that fact is hurting my head more than anything. To sum it up in one word, this is a forge. Burning flames and rotating gears in the sky. Swords with no wielders are scattered across this wasteland. Every blade across the landscape is a famed sword. Even the kasho and bakya he uses were weaved from this world. A seemingly infinite projection of swords. Weapons. The countless weapons make this place look like a junkyard. And standing in the middle of this wasted kingdom is the Red Knight.
これ、
There's obvious confusion in Saber's voice. Standing in the cold phantom flame, she looks at the Red Knight bewildered.
固有結界。心象世界を具現化して現実を侵食する大禁獣。つまり、あんたは剣士でもなければ弓兵でもなくて。
そう。生前。英霊となる前は魔術師だったということだ。
Saber is, Saber is stealing from the stream? I thought that she was like viewing in 3 more hours. Unless like something happened. Tuska speaks calmly. Does that mean she already knew? Maybe she has already discerned Archer's identity.
ではアーチャ
She's
ー、
live now?
あなたの宝具は
Let me take a look. Because like I personally also want to see Saba too. Hang on. Maybe like go back over here to do it. Hang on. Pause. Archer. You need to wait a little bit. There's a little tiny shark girl. A fish girl that is coming on right now. Let me see. What happened? Why is she so early? Whoa, the stream is like struggling to load for me. Yeah, almost 200,000 people I see it. Okay. Well, look at how fast chat is going. And I have a YouTube extension to make it like load slower too, and it's still going that fast? Holy crap, I think I gotta close it if I wanna like actually get the stream to load.
I'm... It's fine.
Oh my god.
It be like this, but here I am. I was so fine for the whole entire day. I was so excited.
Yeah, that's her. Chat broke for me.
I was practicing my yo-ho, and now it's here, and I feel like I'm shaking. Can you hear me? Get it together. Saba, get it together. Saba, this is embarrassing. Saba, get it together, Saba.
Alright, that's enough for me. Yeah, that's her. That's still her. She's still put on a character for Saba, but I feel like that's gonna go away pretty fast. Wow, okay.
そんなものはない。私は政権も魔権も持ってなどいなかったからな。俺が持ち得るのはこの世界だけだ。
It would have been funny if she had Doobie or someone else do a 5-minute troll on us. It would have been funny, but like, yeah, I could feel how much this means to her to like do this own like being her own indie VTuber, you know? So yeah.
宝具が英霊のシンボルだというのなら、この魔術こそが俺の宝具。武器であるのならば、オリジナルを見るだけで複製し、貯蔵する。それが俺の英霊としての能力だ。
Wow. Saber can't believe what she's heard. She has almost 600k and 1/3 of them are watching her metrics. Are wild. Ah! 1/3 are just watching her metrics? She looks around. Oh, 1/3 as in like watching her. Yeah. That's really good, like overall. She looks around, bewildered, seeing only swords in this wasteland. Swords that feel no different than unmarked gravestones. This place filled the wasteland in iron, covered by a lonely gray sky.
これがあなたの世界だというのか、アーチャー。
そうだ。試してみても構わんぞ、セイバー。お前の政権、確実に複製してみせよう。
私の政権、その正体を知って言うのか、アーチャー。
もちろん。あれほどのものになると完全な複製はできぬが、真に迫ることはでき
Be back in a bit. Have fun!
となれば、どうなる？政権同士が衝突したとき、周りの人間は生きていられるかな？
アーチャー、あなたは。
そういうことだ。間違っても政権を使うな、セイバー。使えば、俺も抵抗せざるを得ない。その場合、消えるのは我々ではなく、周りの人間だ。お前のことだ。自身を犠牲にしてもそこの小僧を守るだろう。俺とて、政権など投影しては自滅する。
You're a mage this entire time. Wow. Are you a Tosaka? Is that why you're so red?
となれば、生き残るのは一人だけ。それではあまりにも意味がない。
Archer raises his left arm. At the signal, swords start to levitate behind him.
抵抗はするな。運が良ければ即死することもない。ことが済んだ後、お前のマスターに癒してもらえ。
Don't use the nuke because then I'll use it too and it will kill him and Red. Yeah, don't make me kill all of us, including myself here. Archer's finger points at Saber. Countless swords turn and point at Saber. Every single one of those swords is capable of delivering a killing blow.
かわすのもいいが、その場合、背後の男は諦めろ。
He gives his command to the swords. The infinite amount of swords start their assault. Saber can't afford to move a single inch from her spot. Knowing a single mishap could be fatal, Saber grips the sword in her hand and strikes down each and every sword that rains down. Wow, 70 swords. Almost like that one hacky guy we don't like. Yeah! They're so similar, their abilities. Like, in that regard. And they're both archers, too. My headache has taken away my ability to think. My magic circuits will only last for one more time. One more try. My devastated insides are scorched beyond recognition and on the verge of melting. But all of that stopped mattering from the moment I saw this world. Next thing I know, I'm focusing my strength on running up next to Saber, fixing my eyes on those annoying swords. Who cares? If my eyes can't keep up with the flurry of swords, then what I need to do now is let my senses take over and analyze them. Even my head can't process any faster. I'm still pushing it beyond its limits. The next wave of swords is coming. It feels as if the hammer of a gun knocks down in the back of my head. I reach out my left arm. I don't have a shred of doubt. I copied so many up until now. The logic and the method behind what I did was correct. Then there's no way I can't copy the flurry of swords before me. He destroyed his reality marble? Fragments shatter around us. When I opened my eyes, his reality marble or whatever it's called was gone. What remained are the scattered fragments of swords and... a hellish feeling of nausea that makes me gag as if I'm about to throw up my own organs. He stares at me with animosity. Archer grabs Tosuka out of her cage of swords and restrained her. Tosuka violently moves her body, trying to get away from Archer's grasp. I don't know what he's done, but Archer put his hand on the back of Tosuka's neck, and her consciousness is gone. After that, he decides to leave the church. He holds Tosuka in his arms as he leads up the stairs that lead to the ground above. What? He's just kidnapping her.
これ以上邪魔の入らないところだ。俺は今ので魔力切れだしな。お前に守られた小僧を仕留めるだけの力はない。
リンを連れて行くのは人質ですか？
いや、交換条件だ。これが俺の手元にある限り、そこの小僧は俺を追わざるを得まい。加えて、リンはお前のマスターになった。いかにお前が小僧を守ろうと、マスターの命には変えられまい。
I'm trying to fight this nausea. Trying hard to hold on so I don't pass out. I respond to his nonsense. Rude, yeah. And then, exhausted, I tell him without even looking at him.
何？
だから郊外の森だ。そこに使われていない城がある。あそこなら誰にも迷惑はかからない。
城？
俺に文句があるんだろう。いいぜ、聞いてやる。言いたいことがあるのはこっちだって同じなんだ。
I'm fading in and out of my consciousness. Despite the nauseating sickness, I told him as much.
郊外の森。そうか。アインツベルンの城があったな。確かに、あの城ならば邪魔は入らない。いい覚悟じゃないか、エミヤシロ。
うるさい。そんなことより。
I don't want to hear his flattery. If I have to listen to any more of it, my innards might burst out of my body from the unbearable pain.
それまで遠坂に手を出してみろ。その時はセイバーの手を借りてでもお前を殺してやる。
A sharp pain attacks me. I warned him in rage and clawed my head to fight my headache.
よかろう。場所を指定した見返りだ。一日は安全を保証してやる。だが急げよ。マスターがいない今、俺とて時間がない。この身は2日と持たぬだろう。その前にお前を殺せないとあらば、腹いせに人質を手にかけかねんからな。
His annoying laughter lingers in my ear as he leaves. I fell down on my knee before I can see him leave.
シロ、無茶をして、いくらあなたでもアーチャーと同じ投影をするのは早すぎます。
She holds me as I fall down.
セイバー、盗作取られちまった。
I tried to stand up while holding my head.
シロ、それはいいのです。リンは無事だ。アーチャーもリンには手を出さないでしょう。それより今はあなたの方が危ない。リンのことは私に任せて、シロは家で休息を取るべきです。
いや、そんな暇は。
I feel like passing out as I try to finish that sentence. Damn it. I can't believe this. Seems like I don't have the strength left to form words.
話は後で聞きます。今はあなたを家に連れて帰る。いいですね、シロ。
I don't even have time to say anything back. Saber lends me her shoulder as we're walking towards the stairs. The sky is still gray. We leave the now deserted church.
お、ことは済んだみたいだな。
Who?
ボス。
There. In the clearing in front of us is the familiar spearman. Saber glares at him while supporting me. She's so tense that she would slash him without hesitation if he took another step.
いや、違うんだ、セイバー。あいつは俺たちの手助けをしてくれた。
は、ランサーがシロに協力したというのですか？
ああ、そうだ。できれば今は戦わないでくれ。
Saber stares at Lancer in astonishment. Ooh, they took her in. It seems like he's fully enjoying Saber's reaction.
それはわかりましたが、
Is that what they're...
なぜです、ランサー。あなたがシロたちに協力するなど、何か企みがあるのですか？
あ？なんだ？バカだろお前。んなもんあるに決まってんじゃねえか。裏で企んでなきゃよその手助けなんかするか。
I knew he was that kind of guy, but he's thorough as he's making fun of Saber as well.
何がおかしいのです、シロ。
え、今笑ってたか、俺。
ええ、笑っていました。どうやら私の思い違いだったようですね。笑みがこぼれるほど元気があるのなら、この肩を貸すまでもなかったようですが。
It's bad, but that made me a bit relieved. Saber's the same as before. Our connection is gone, but she's here just like before. Then, what's there to regret?
悪い、気が緩んだみたいだ。今はそんな場合じゃなかったな。
はい。リンを取り戻すにしても、今は休まなければ。ランサー、何が目的かは知らぬが、もはや用は済んだのだろう。ならばされ。私も、今はあなたとは戦わない。
She declares in a dignified manner and goes down to the clearing.
あ？おい。万事守備よく言ったってわけじゃなさそうだな。何が起きたんだ、オズ。
遠坂がアーチャーに連れて行かれた。これから取り戻しに行くだけだ。
I bear my dizziness and answer looking into Lancer's eyes.
何？おい待て。それはどういうことだ？
I'm sorry, but I don't have any energy left. I can't give such a long explanation, so I should go home and...
アーチャーの目的はシロを殺すことです。 そのために私のマスターとなったリンをさらい、交換条件としてシローに一騎打ちを命じました。一日中にアーチャーの元に行かなければリンの安全は保証しないそうです。
Well, it was helpful of you to explain on my behalf, but there's no point in telling Lancer that, Saber.
やろう。やりやがったな。
Then, he takes off his friendly face and grits his teeth.
ランサー、
つまりあれか。あの野郎、一度ならず二度までお嬢ちゃんを裏切ったってわけか。
ええ、そういうことになりますが、それがどうしたと。
どうしたじゃねえ。くそ、気が変わった。手助けするのはこれっきりだったがな。もう少し付き合わせろ。このままじゃ寝覚めが悪い。
He really does not like betrayers. Lancer spits out and starts walking. Saber stares at Lancer silently. I understand how she feels. Lancer's back looked as if he was telling us that he'll join us. He hates them.
参った。シローとリンはどんな魔術を使って彼を味方に引き入れたのです。
Saber's voice sounds more shocked than amazed. But unfortunately, I don't have the energy to answer. My wounds are starting to hurt again. No. First of all, I'm the one who wants to ask that question. Also, why would you betray Red? Yeah! Third interlude for the 14th day. And I recall his dream. The memory of the man who was set up as a hero. The story of a knight whose end came to a place that I can't reach. That hill is his world. The desolate wasteland that the man obtained by fighting for others. Apparently he died smiling in satisfaction, holding on to his view.
バカじゃないの、本気で。
Yes, that just makes me seriously mad. He tried his best, worked hard even though he was an ordinary person, and finally obtained a miracle of his own blood. Then it'll be a life he doesn't become happy. If he made many people happy, then he had to become happier than all those people combined. But he did not receive such a reward. The only thing he was given was the fate to be used as a guardian after his death. That's right. Why didn't I realize that? Guardians are summoned into every age. Does that mean that they are summoned from every age? In other words, from the present and the past. The heroic spirits could even be summoned from the future we have not yet seen. For guardians who are pushed into position off of the axis of time, the concept of time does not exist. At the point they become a heroic spirit, they sublimate into something other than what they used to be when they were human. Then, it's possible for a guardian to be summoned into the place and age they lived in when they were alive. It is vexing when I think about it. It's because neither of them gets salvation. The one that watches his past self, or the one that watches his eventual self. They were only hurt by how they've changed. I already know the end of this big idiot who tried to be of help to others. He became a guardian by choice. He thought that it was more than he could ask for if he could save people even after he died. He did not have the power to save people when he was alive, but he believed that he could break through any tragedy as a heroic spirit. Thinking so, he made a contract with the world to give his body after death, and saved hundreds of lives. He believed he would be able to save tens of thousands of people and more after that. But he was betrayed by such hope. Places where heroic spirits and guardians appear are only hell. They only appear when the world is about to be destroyed by people. Humans are beings that perish by their own doings. That's why the process of destruction should always be the same. He was only summoned to those hells. In a land where the ones he wanted to save were already dead, he killed even more people. The boy who said he just didn't want to see anyone cry could only see humans crying forever. There's only one thing I can say. He has been betrayed by many things the whole time. And in the very end, he was even betrayed by the only thing he believed in, his ideal. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. That was the only spell he was given. What is that? It makes me so mad that I want to beat his chest and scold him. I, Rin Tosaka, have never had any hardships in my life. So I might not have the right to say it, but I believe in working hard and going through pain. It's wrong not to be rewarded for your battles. That's why I'm angry at his unrewarded life, and most of all, I can't leave him, who ended up cursing his life, be. As long as you're my servant, I won't do anything other than what I believe in. I'm not as naive as Shiro Emiya, but there are still things that I cannot give up. No matter who it is, I don't have the intention of giving it up. That's right. That's why I swore that. As long as I'm his master, I will believe in my path like he used to do. That's about all I can show to him. That's about the only way I can repay him. That might have been meaningless, but at least I do it so that Archer, who lost sight of his own past, can realize that his life is something he can be proud of. The first thing I notice when I wake up from my slumber are the sensations in my limbs. They hurt, and I can't move them. Plus, I'm sitting in a chair and seem to be sleeping in an unnatural position. I don't want to admit it, but I'm in the worst possible situation. To be honest, I can't do anything. My hands are behind the chair and restrained by something like handcuffs. My ankles are the same. I can't stand from my chair. On top of that, my handcuffs and shackles are magecraft resistant, and my magic circuit is so messed up that I can't even create magical energy. Now that I've confirmed my situation, I check my surroundings. It's cold. The room made of stone has no heater, and it is an abandoned place that hasn't been used for a while. It's dark outside the windows. From the looks of it, it's probably past 10 PM or so. I glare into the darkness. The shadow of the pillar. The knight in red is sitting on a pile of rubble.
どうもこうもない。お前はエミやシロを釣る餌だ。それは自分でも分かっているだろう。
私がいなくたってシロなら勝手に来るわよ。そんなことあなたならわかるでしょうに。
そうだな。だがそこにお前がいては都合が悪い。ことが済むまで目障りな邪魔者にはここでおとなしくしていてもらう。
Archer states without appearing in front of me. There is no sign of previous intimacy. He's really a calm assassin now.
そう。どうあってもシロを殺すっていうのね、あなた。
ああ。あのような甘い男は今のうちに消えた方がいい。
He replies, as if it's only natural. The only thing I can see from here is his shadowed side profile. His expression is cold, as if he's wearing a mask. That makes me seriously infuriated.
シローが甘いってことは言われなくても分かってるけど。
I take a breath. It'll end if I say this. Archer will never come back to me if I say that. I take a breath and stare at the man in the shadows.
それでも私はあいつの甘いところが愛しいって思う。あいつはああでなくちゃいけないって、ああいうやつがいてもいいんだって救われてる。けどあんたはどうなの？そこまでやっておいて身勝手な理想論を振りかざすのは間違ってるって思ったわけ？何度も何度も他人のために戦って、何度も何度も裏切られて、何度も何度もつまらない後始末をさせられて、それで人間ってものに愛想が尽きたっていうの？あっちゃん。
Get even more angry as I speak, and I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. Archer doesn't answer. His side profile consumed in the shadows is no longer the side profile that I know. Oh, okay. Thankfully I didn't hit my desk too hard, but that could have been bad.
全ての人間を救うことはできない。
When I heard that from the man I believe could save everyone, all I felt was repulsion.
いいかいシロ。正義の味方に救えるのは味方をした人間だけだ。
I didn't like those words either. I didn't want the person who I thought was the hero of justice himself to say such realistic things. Since that time, my life has just been trying to overturn those words. There is no need for sacrifices. Nobody will be hurt if you work hard and do your best. My old man must have always admired that as well. So...
ああ、安心した。
I can't look away from his final moment. Tosca said that such a life is distorted. I know. I realized that a long time ago. There is no such thing as a world where nobody gets hurt. And there is no happiness when nobody gets hurt. Such a convenient utopia does not exist anywhere in this world. The hero of justice that I am trying to become is just hypocrisy.
人助けの果てには何もない。
So, I know that without having to be told.
他人も自分も救えない。偽りのような人生だ。
Yeah. Even if that's true, I won't let you say it. I don't care if anyone other than him denies it. But I won't let him say it. The same things. We had the same beginnings. And even if I were to turn out like that, no. That's why I have to deny him. So that he doesn't approve of the former Shiro Ebiya. As long as I am here, I want to approve of him. Even if this dream is distorted. If I believed in this, and decided that I will keep on believing in it, then I wake up. I look at the clock right away. I see that it's past 11 p.m.
目が覚めましたか、シロ。
Saber says in a calm voice, sitting on her knees. It's already been half a day since we came back from the church. She must have been watching over me the whole time I was unconscious.
ああ、起きた。体も問題ないよ。疲れも取れたし、頭痛も消えた。
I get up from the bed. The sensations in my limbs are back to usual. The magic circuit that I overused is still exhausted, but it hasn't burnt up.
行くのですか、シロ。
Saber suddenly asks. The answer is obvious, so I silently nod back.
わかりました。では私も同行します。ですがシロ、ミンは私のマスターです。彼女を救い出すのは私の役目だ。
逆だ、セイバー。アーチャーとは俺がやる。
I interrupt Saber. She looks at me uneasily,
それはダメだ、シロ。アーチャーはあなたの。
She hesitates, having a hard time saying it.
分かってる。あいつが何者なのかは多分出会った時から分かってた。
I was repulsed by him without reason from the first time we met. I stubbornly hated him, thinking that I could not approve of him. That's only natural. Any person will look away if they are shown their own mistakes.
けど、だからこそあいつがしたことは認めない。あいつとだけは俺が決着をつけなくちゃいけないんだ。
I stand up. My body is in great condition. There's only half a day until time is up. I can't spend any more time resting.
シロ。
こんなことを言える立場じゃないけど、頼む、セイバー。アーチャーとは俺がやる。その時、どうなっても手を出さないでいてほしい。
I bow as I ask Saber.
いいえ、そのようなことをする必要はありません、シロ。あなたがそう望むのなら、私はそれに従いましょう。この身はあなたの盾になると誓ったのです。その行く末を最後まで見届けます。
Ah, that's why Archer said that he would be there when Saber gets her wish fulfilled. Because he, Shiro, Saber, all of them, they're all like intrinsically tied together by fate. Her answer is perfect. Her dignified voice sweeps away the uneasiness lingering on my mind.
ありがとう。セイバーが見守ってくれるんなら心強い。
はい。私もあなたがそうであってくれて嬉しい、シロ。
She smiles back. We prepared for departure now. We leave my house. Who'd have thought that we would go back to that castle again?
おい、お前ら、人の話聞いてねえだろ。
え？
は？
We both turn around. Oh. Come to think of it, Lancer was still here.
なんだ、案外暇なんだな、あんた。
He just slips out. He seems to be aware of it himself, as he doesn't seem to deny it.
ランサー、あなたが何を企んでいるかは知りませんが、私たちに同行しても得るものはありません。
It feels like we're about to like wrap up everything cleanly, but like we don't fight a guild at all, huh?
アーチャーはすでにマスターを持たないサーバント。あなたのマスターが倒したがるとは思いませんが。
ああ、わかってるわかってる。別にアーチャーの野郎をどうこうしようって気はねえ。坊主と奴の殺し合いにも手は出さねえから安心しろ。
では何のためについてこようというのです。私との決着を望むのなら、ここでつけても構いませんが。
いや、それも願い下げだな。俺は貴様のマスターと敵対する気はない。むしろ売りたいのはオンでね。ここらで貸しを作っておこうと、そういう腹だ。
Saber glares at Lancer. And Lancer aloofly ignores her stare.
わかった。好きにしろ。遠坂を助ける手助けをしてくれるなら、こっちも助かる。
A co-work stream. Oh, okay.
シロ、ランサーは敵です。そのような軽い決断は。
その点は大丈夫だろう。そいつ、根性ひん曲がってるけど、嘘を言うやつじゃないし、何より回りくどいことなんてできない。俺たちを騙し。
Whoops, sorry.
それはそうですが、しかし。
いや、セイバーが嫌だって言うなら追っ払う。けどこいつ、放っておいてもついてくるぞ。それなら、そばにいさせて監視した方が楽だろ
う。たった数日で随分と口がうまくなったのですね、シロ。
いや、いろいろあったから。 ま、そういうことだ、ランサー。俺たちもあんたに関与しないから、あんたも俺たちには口を出さない。それでいいなら一緒に行こう。
Hey, liking strong-willed but kinda scary women doesn't make you twisted. That is true. I call it the Lancer, who's watching us with a smile.
十分だ。いや、いいコンビじゃねえか。セイバーは見ての通り融通が利かないからな。お前が大人になってくれて助かったぜ。
そのようなことはありません。融通が利かないのはむしろシロの方だ。私がどれほど苦労したか、あなたに何がわかるのです。
そう。なんだ？聞けば話してくれるのか、セイバー。いいぜ。城までは随分とある。道中お前の苦労話を魚としよ
う。なぜ私がそのようなことを説明しなくてはならないのです。それこそあなたには無関係ではないですか。
Saber accuses Lancer. Saber and Lancer really don't get along. I don't think that Saber would yell like Tosaka, or didn't think.
まあいいか。それより行くぞ。遊んでる暇はないんだ。できるだけ早く城に行かなくちゃいけないんだからな。
I'll leave the two behind and start walking.
シロ、私は遊んでいるわけではありません。
She must still be worked up as she yells as she catches up. Lancer keeps his distance from us and follows us aloofly. It's midnight. I know how long it takes to get to the castle from here. We should be able to make it on time. We'll most likely get there by dawn. We head towards the masterless old castle in the forest and start walking in the night. Wow, okay. Save game. I don't feel like that this is the end yet. Wait, I thought we were already on the 14th. Oh, we're only on the 13th. We're not finishing this today. There's no way. Because this feels like it's going to be another long day. Interlude. Yeah. But there's still 2 more, maybe. Because it could go on for longer after all. Alright, it's daybreak. The knight in red is leaning against the pillar and staring at his own arm. So cute, Saba. I can imagine. He puts strength into his fingertips and clenches his fists. Only about half of his sensations are left. Even though he is a heroic spirit, he cannot maintain his existence without a master that helps him stay in this world. Archer is existing because of a special ability that his class holds, but that is nearing its limit. The Knight in Red's remaining strength is less than 1/10 of his original powers. His fists lack strength, and he should slowly start fading if he lets his guard down. But there is no problem. Even if he only has 1/10 of his powers remaining, it is enough to finish Shiro Emiya off. Considering the difference in her abilities, this is not even a handicap. Saber merch, huh? Ooh, okay. Therefore, it will end once they fight. In this one, his one and only objective will be accomplished here. That's right. He's been waiting for this moment. He has endured the endless repetition, hoping for this chance. He could only wait for a miracle that would not usually be able to occur, with a possibility close to 0. And his wish is granted. No, it is about to be granted. He does not care about what awaits him afterwards. He will kill his own self with his own hands. That wish, which doesn't have enough of a future to be hope, is what kept him going after he wore out.
長かったのか、それとも 刹那に過ぎなかったのか。
These two are so different from each other, I never would have guessed that Archer was just Shido. Wow. He is an existence that disappears after each summoning to start with. His memory does not remain intact, whether he repeats that cycle 100 times or 1,000 times. Your lack of surprise is so funny. I don't know where I go in. I was just kind of like going through it. I think it just felt believable to me, I guess, because like if Shudo was like imitating this guy, right, and he was like mirroring his techniques, his abilities, and he was the one who even taught him projection in the first place and all that stuff, you know, and like eventually leading to the conclusion of, oh yeah, they're the same person. It's like, oh, that makes sense. There were a lot of hints, but I was so bad. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Damn. But it's like, it's very clear, right? Because this Archer is not the same Shudo that we're controlling right now. So my reaction was, did you forget about what Dad taught us? Very clearly he did. So we gotta remind him. So he knows now. I know now. I hated his guts for a while. I guess I don't hate him right now because we still have Shido, right? To like fighting himself. So if like he loses and he stays that way, and this is like the path that his like journey is gonna take him, then I might be more upset. But yeah, and also the trace on too. Yeah, trace on. The journey is a ride for sure. It only stays in his body as knowledge. Heroic spirits know about other heroic spirits because they have accumulated knowledge. Shudo is a great cook, same with Archer. Excuse me. The tea, yeah. It is just like a book. Every time they are summoned, the book with his history is sent to his home. They remain in the house and read the books that are sent. What is troubling is that the one at the house does not know when those books are sent. The past or future does not matter. All the books are already in his room. Whoops. His only way of measuring time is to read the records of his cleaning that he will carry out. It makes no difference whether it's an eternity or an instant. An eternity is an instant, and an instant is an eternity. Therefore, he does not know how rare this miracle is. He doesn't know whether it was the first time or 1,000th time he was summoned since he gained his hope. All he has is his unordered knowledge. The future, past, and present are all things that heroic spirits don't have.
来客か。邪魔は入らんというから来てやったのだがな。
The knight in red suddenly gets up. Did his ears hear an intruder? Footsteps echo through the castle that should be silent.
へえ、驚きだね、遠坂。半信半疑だったけど、本当にこんなところにいたんだ。
You guys. The voice echoes. The boy who entered rudely is Shinji Mato.
おっと、物騒な真似はなしだぜ、アーチャー。こっちはお前に用はないんだ。お前だって遠坂に用はないんだろ。ならここで殺し合うことはないんじゃない？
Shinji Mato walks over with light steps. He's looking at Rin Tosaka, who is tied to a chair. The girl doesn't say anything and stares at the intruder while being tied up. That must make him pleased. Shinji Mato licks his lips in satisfaction and walks to the girl. You did nothing! I have more of a reaction to Shinji showing up than like finding out that Archer is Shudo. Shinji Mato glances in annoyance at the knight, who is staring down at him in silence.
やるっていうの？本気かよ。お前なんて相手になるわけないじゃんか。
Shinji Mato smiles and returns to the entrance. There stands the golden-haired boy, the 8th servant, Gilgamesh. He himself is a disaster. The golden servant looks at the knight with cool eyes. But within them, the red eyes, distorted from his smile, only have the intention to murder the enemy in front of him. The knight in red is still silent. It makes no difference whether Shinji Mato appears, or the strongest servant in front of him is ready to attack. The knight calmly stares at the uninvited enemies.
ブルってるんだろアーチャー。いいんだぜ。別に恥じゃない。あいつはバーサーカーだって難なく始末したサーバントなんだからさ。お前がおじけつくのも当然。
リンが欲しいのか、マトシンジ。
え？ああ、当然じゃないか。そうでもなけりゃこんな城には近寄らないよ。
そうか。ならば事が済むまで待て。エミやシロを始末した後ならばくれてやる。それまであれは私のものだ。それが聞きぬとあれば仕方がない。不本意だがここで死ぬことになるぞ、ギルガメッシュ。
The knight in red declares, still staring at the golden servant.
愉快だな、どうけ。
Was that statement itself good enough reason for the man to kill Archer? The golden servant identifies the knight in red in front of him as a target he must kill.
待てギルガメッシュ、早まるなよ。ことはスマートに行こう。いいじゃん、くれるってんだからもらっておこう。どうせアーチャーはマスターがいないんだ。何度も裏切ったこいつと契約するマスターなんていないんだしさ。ほっとけば消えるんだろ。遠坂はその後でもらえばいい。
Shinji Mato stares at the red knight, still smiling. His eyes look as if he's enjoying the fate of one who is about to disappear soon.
賢明だな、マトシンジ。その判断は的確だ。君はある意味誰よりもマスターにふさわしい。
なんだ、あんた見どころあるじゃん。もったいない。それなら僕のところに来てれば契約してやったのに。
Stepping away from the knight in red, Shinji Mato claps his hands happily.
けど悪いね。もう他のサーバントなんていらないんだ。残念だけどさ、おとなしく消えちゃってよ、あんた。
言われるまでもない。それで結局どうするのだ。ここで私と戦うか、私が消え去るのを待つのか。
ああ、待ってやるよ。エミヤを始末するまで遠坂は僕たちが守ってやろうじゃないか。けどそうだな。となるとあれはもう僕のだろう。なら何をしても構わないと思わない？
He looks at the knight in red and turns to Tosaka with snake-like eyes. Those words test the loyalty of the knight in red. To that,
傷をつけるなというのがエミやシロとの契約だが、それは夜明けとともに消える。刻限が来たのならあとは好きにするがいい。
the knight in red answers in a motionless voice.
聞いたかよ遠坂。お前のサーバントマスターを売っ払うってさ。
Sneering laughter echoes through the dingy room. The red knight leaves the room as if he has no interest. You guys will kill him, right? He passes by Gilgamesh. He goes into the hallway, ignoring the red eyes that look at him, amused. At that moment,
フェイカ
the League of Legends, bro? The King of Heroes says, mocking him. Because Gilgamesh wouldn't know all of his heroes, huh? Dawn approaches. Our conversation dies off as we head deeper into the woods. The silence weighs heavily. Once I'm through the forest, I, Shido Emiya, will settle the score with that man. I have no chance of victory, but defeat is certain. I'm well aware that I'll be slaughtered as soon as we cross swords. I don't feel fear, but not out of defiance or determination. I might die, but he's long dead. The moment I realized this, I knew that I was no different. There's no longer any point in feeling gloomy about my own death. That man, I too would be coping so hard. I passed the castle gate. Saber's expression is dark. She knows what sort of fight awaits me. She's troubled by me and by him. No matter who lives or falls, the same man will disappear. She's in anguish, unsure whether she should put a stop to this absurd duel. She glances skyward. Her eyes look severe, or perhaps angry, that such a vain battle must be fought. We come to a great ruined hall. Morning mist shrouds to the ground to be our mutual resting place.
随分と遅い到着だな、エミヤシロ。
His icy voice rings through the air. His familiar baritone comes from the second story. The man stands there atop crumbling stairs that culminate in a sunlit plateau. His crimson cloak seems distant and hazy. But I can see him. I can make out every exact detail of my enemy. We share the same eagle eyes, after all. He is the servant assigned the role of archer. He's a bowman, yet not a bowman. Oh! Because Shiro was in the archery club! A contradictory person who possesses a vast number of noble phantasms, and hurls them out unsparingly. All of his noble phantasms are replicas, and his personal noble phantasm is the ability to create infinite swords. I was the only one who failed to realize this identity. What is that emo supposed to be? Heroic spirits are summoned from all eras. If the past doesn't contain an appropriate hero, then one might be born in the future.
ようやく気づいた。あのペンダントが2つあるはずがない。
そうだ。あれは命を救われたお前が生涯持ち続けたもの。この世に2つとない。遠坂凛の父の。
It's a paradox for two of them to exist. If Shido Emiya held on to the pendant for the rest of his life, then...
英霊の召喚には必ず触媒が必要となる。
Oh. Wow.
お前がセイバーを召喚したように、召喚者と英霊にはつながりがなくてはならない。遠坂凛には英霊を呼び出すための触媒がなかった。故に、彼女は呼び出したサーバントに何の縁もないと思い込んだ。だが、偶然で呼び出される英霊などいない。召喚者と英霊には必ず物質的な縁が必要となる。
Dang, Shido learns a lot, like as he gets older. If that's true, then there's only one explanation. Tosuka didn't have anything to connect herself to Archer, but...
そう。召喚者ではなく、呼び出された英霊そのものが、召喚者に縁のあるものを持っていた場合のみだ。
Now is not the time to praise Emiyan. I'm sorry. That tiny gem, of which there is only one in the world. Someone saved my life, I never found out who, and I kept the pendant with me, assuming it must have belonged to my savior. That's the answer. He has Tosuka's pendants, which makes him the heroic spirit, Emiya. My future self. The man standing before me perfected Shiro Emiya's incomplete abilities and achieved my ideals. The red-clad knight looks down at me from the top of the stairs. There's no sign of anyone else around. Only he and I stand here in this hall. I too become a bestie in the future.
あの小娘なら城のどこかに置いてきたが、気に病むのなら急げ。お前が来るのが遅いのでな、先に来た的を信じにくれてやったところだ。だと。お前との約束は守っている。俺は手出しはせん。他の人間が彼女に何をしようが、俺には関わりのないことだ。まあ、結果は見えているがな。的真司は遠坂凛に情欲と敵害を抱いている。あれに凛を預ければどうなるかは考えるまでもない。凛に挑発された小僧は我慢できずに口火を切り、今頃は妙なことになっているかもしれんぞ。
My blood boils. How can you just talk about her like that?
ああ、焦るな、坊主。あのお嬢ちゃんなら俺に任せろ。
Settle down, laddie.
何？すぐに助け出してやる。ランサー
A true
マスター
hero.
からの命令だな。元から俺はあのお嬢ちゃんを死なせないために協力したわけだ。
And who's your master?
いや、これが思いのほか居心地よくてな。昨日のは悪くなかった。自分の仕事を気に入れるっていうのは俺にとっては珍しい。
With that flippant remark, Lancer ignores Archer and heads for the western terrace.
ランサー、気にするな。これはあくまで俺の趣味だ。ま、今までいけすかねえ命令ばっかりだったからな。この命令は最後まで守り抜く。そっちはそっちで自分の面倒だけ見てやがれ。
ああ、遠坂を頼む。
Lancer departs of an eye. But then, he stops and turns as if remembering something.
おい、何してんだセイバー。お前も来るんだよ。
Saber looks pained.
いいえ、私はここに残ります、ランサー。
Her response isn't what you expect from her servant.
本気か？今のマスターはお嬢ちゃんだろ？サーバントが守るべきはマスターだけのはずだが。
All of a sudden, they decide to keep his translations accurate to his accent.
わかっています。ですが、それでも私はここに残りたい。私はこの戦いを見守らなければ。
そうかよ。なら好きにしな。
Lancer disappears. The blue-clad spearman easily leaps up to the second-story terrace and disappears down the hallway without another glance. Archer doesn't make any move to stop him. Tosaka seems to have outlived her usefulness to him. I step forward through the rubble. I'm headed for the middle of the hall, at the bottom of the stairs. Saber stays where she is. She attempts to watch us fight and keeps her emotions in check.
手出しはしないか。それはありがたい。ここまで来てセイバーに邪魔をされるようでは、リンと契約を切った意味がないからな。
I can hear her hesitate. She inhales slightly and answers the man standing at top of the stairs.
ええ、私は手出しをしません。何があろうと、あなたとシロの戦いの邪魔はしない。
それは結構。ならば安心して、小僧を始末できるというものだ。
はい。ですが、その代わりに一つだけ答えてほしい。アーチャー。なぜあなたはシロを殺そうというのです？
なぜも何もないだろう。そいつが俺を認められないように、俺もそいつを認められないだけだよ。
そんなはずはない。あなたはシロだ。エミやシロという人物の理想、英雄となった姿があなたではないのですか？ならどうしてこんな 自分を殺すような真似をするのです。
なぜそう思う？未熟だった頃のエミヤシロとエミヤと呼ばれる英雄となった俺は別の存在だ。そうでなければ同時に存在などできないが。
それはあなたがサーバントになったからでしょ。時間軸にとらわれない守護者になったのなら、自身が生きた時代に呼ばれることもあると聞きます。
So there could be two Sabers running around at the same time? Sorry.
あなたはシローだ。シローがずっと思い描いて、その努力が叶った姿があなたのはずだ。なのに、どうして？
Why did you turn out so differently? I can hear her anguished question, even if she doesn't say the words aloud. He starts down the stairs without answering. He can't answer. If he could, then we wouldn't be here trying to settle things by force.
あーちゃん。
Saber challenges them without actually stepping forward.
いいんだ、セイバー。いいから下がっていてくれ。
With one hand, I gesture for her to move back to the entrance.
ですが、シロー。
気持ちは嬉しい。けど、話しても無駄だ。あいつは初めから俺を殺すことだけが目的だったんだから。
Saber bites her lips in distress. She looks at me, and then I arch her as she descends the stairs to the hall.
なぜなのです、アーチャー。私にはわからない。守護者とは死後、英霊となって人間を守るものと聞いた。その英霊がなぜ自分自身を殺そうなどと考えるのか。
守護者だ。
Archer stops and looks down at Saber emotionlessly. The word seems to have struck a nerve with him.
違うよ、セイバー。守護者は人間を守るものではない。あれはただの掃除屋だ。俺が望んでいた英雄などでは断じてない。
I wonder. True name, Emiya. The hero version of Shido Emiya, created by a miracle. A hard-as-nails heroic spirit that can manifest many weapons and master the reality marble without penalty. Everything else about him is unknown. Okay. His voice changes. Hatred and scorn tinge his dispassionate tone.
アーチャー。
俺は確かに英雄になった。エミヤシロという男が望んでいたように正義の味方になったんだ。
A hero of justice. Someone who always does the right thing and doesn't let anyone get hurt. The kind of person Shido Emiya has always wanted to be, who doesn't retreat from any disaster and saves everyone equally. Is he saying that he achieved that ideal?
アーチャー。
ああ、確かにいくらかの人間を救ってきたさ。自分にできる範囲で多くの理想を叶えてきたし、世界の危機とやらを救ったこともあったよ。英雄と遠い昔から憧れていた地位にさえついにはたどり着いたこともある。
英雄にたどり着いたなら、シローは報われたのですね。少なくともここにいるあなたはエミやシローの理想を叶えられたのでしょう。ならあなたには悔いなどないはずだ。シローはちゃんとその理想を叶えたのだから。
Her verbal challenge doesn't have much force behind it. She already knows. She's aware that her words are merely wishful thinking.
理想を叶えたか。確かに俺は理想通りの正義の味方とやらになったさ。だがその果てに得たものは後悔だけだった。残ったものは死だけだったからな。殺して殺して殺し尽くした。己の理想を貫くために多くの人間を殺して 無関係な人間の命などどうでもよくなるくらい殺して、殺した人間の数千倍の人々を救ったよ。
Saber stares up at Archer in shock, almost as if she's looking into a mirror.
そう。そんなことを何度繰り返したかわからないんだ。セイバー。俺は求められれば何度でも戦ったし、争いがあると知れば死をとして戦った。何度も何度も。思い出せないほど何度もだ。だって仕方がないだろう。何を救おうと救われない人間というものは出てきてしまう。何度戦いを終わらせようと新しい戦いは生み出される。そんなものがある限り正義の味方っていうのはあり続けるしかないんだから。
I wonder who his lecture is directed at. The knight describes his past as he slowly descends the stairs.
だから殺したよ。一人を救うために何十という人間の願いを踏みにじってきた。踏みにじった相手を救うためにより多くの人間をないがしろにした。何十という人間の救いを殺して目に見えるものだけの救いを生かしてより多くの願いを殺してきた。今度こそ終わりだと、今度こそ誰も悲しまないだろうとつまらない意地を張り続けた。だが終わることなどなかった。生きている限り争いはどこに行っても目についた。キリがなかった。何も争いのない世界なんてものを夢見ていたわけじゃない。ただ俺はせめて自分が知り得る限りの世界では誰にも涙してほしくなかっただけなのにな。
Without a doubt, that was my very own dream.
一人を救えばそこから視野は広がってしまうんだ。一人の次は10人、10人の次は100人、100人の次はさて何人だったか。そこでようやく悟ったよ。エミヤシロという男が抱いていたものは都合のいい理想論だったのだと。
それはなぜ？
分かりきったことを聞くな、セイバー。君ならば何度も経験したことだろう。全ての人間を救うことはできない。国を救うためにほんの少しの人間を見殺しにするなんていうのは日常茶飯事だっただろう。
The Red Knight's words stunned Saber into silence, sapping her of the will to disagree. They must reflect Saber's inner darkness, too.
そう。席は限られている。幸福という椅子は常に全体の数より少なめでしか用意されない。
Then buy a new table.
その場にいる全員を救うことなどできないから結局誰かが犠牲になる。それを被害を最小限に抑えるためにいずれこぼれる人間を速やかに1秒でも早くこの手で切り落とした。それが英雄とその男が理想と信じる正義の味方の取るべき行動だ。
A wish for no one to be sad. An ideal to save as many people as possible. If someone holds both of these ideas, there's only one path to take once they contradict each other. One has to go. The hero of justice could only save the people he's decided to save. If trying to save everyone means saving nobody, then saving as many people as you can with the minimum sacrifice is the right choice.
多くの人間を救うというのが正義の味方だろ。だから殺した。誰も死なさないようにと願ったまま 大勢のために一人には死んでもらった。誰も悲しまないようにと口にして、その陰で何人かの人間には絶望を抱かせた。そのうちそれにも慣れてきてね。理想を守るために理想に反し続けた。自分が助けようとした人間しか救わず、敵対した者は速やかに皆殺しにした。犠牲になる誰かを容認することでかつての理想を守り続けた。それがこの俺、英雄エミヤの正体だ。そら、そんな男は今のうちに死んだ方が世のためと思わないか？
He's right. A superhero can only save the people he's decided to save. However, who ended up betraying those words in the end?
それは嘘です。たとえそうなったとしても、あなたならばその誰かを自分にして理想を追い続けたのではないですか。
Archer stops again. For just an instant, a pained frown clouds his face.
あなたは理想に反したのではない。守ったはずの理想に裏切られ、道を見失っただけではないのですか。そうでなければ、こんな自分を殺すことで罪を償おうなどとは思わない。
His sardonic grin disappears. Archer fixes Saber with a closed glare and... breaks into uproarious laughter, as if she's just said something hilarious.
いや、これは傑作だ。俺が自分の罪を償う。バカなことを言うなよ、セイバー。償うべき罪などないし、他の誰にもそんな無責任なものを押し付けた覚えはない。
The Red Knight remains deadly calm. Only his low chuckle reverberates through the hall. Ooh, dinosaur.
ああ、そうだったよ、セイバー。確かに俺は何度も裏切られ、欺かれた。救ったはずの男に罪をかぶせられたこともある。死ぬ思いで争いを収めてみれば、争いの張本人だと押し付けられて、最後には公主代だ。そら、俺に罪があるというのなら、その時点で償っているだろ
う。嘘だ、アーチャー。あなたの最後は。
まあ、そういうことだ。だが、そんなことはどうでもよかった。初めから干渉して欲しかったわけじゃない。英雄などともてはやされる気もなかった。俺はただ、誰もが幸福だという結果だけが欲しかっただけだ。だが、それが叶えられたことはない。生前も、その死後。
His laughter is gone. Now, his words are tinged only with hatred.
守護者とは、霊長の存命のみを優先する無職の力だ。力は高きところにありて、人の世が滅亡する可能性が生じれば世に下る。それがただの奴隷であることは知っていた。死後、己が存在を守護者に預けた者は、輪廻の枠から外れ、無と同意になるのだと。それでも、誰かを救えるのならそれでいい。かつてのエミヤ四郎は、その誓いを守れなかった。なら、守護者となって、人間の滅亡とやらを食い止める一端になるのなら、それでいいと思ったんだ。だが、実際は違う。守護者は人など救わない。守護者がすることはただの掃除だ。すでに起きてしまったこと、作られてしまった人間の業を、その力で無にするだけの存在だった。それは人を救うのではなく、世界に害を与えるであろう人々を善悪の区別なくなくすだけ。絶望に嘆く人々を救うのではなく、 絶望と無関係に生を謳歌する部外者を救うために絶望する人々を排除するだけの殺戮者。馬鹿げた話だ。それが今までの俺と何が違う。
It is not different at all. In fact, it only created more despair. He couldn't make his dream come true on his own, so he devoted himself to a greater power. And he still ended up in the same place. He thought that a higher power might be able to grant his wish, but it was just a larger version of what he'd already been doing.
アーチャー、あなたはずっとそんなことを。
それも慣れたよ。人間は繰り返す。どんな時代でも強者が弱者を奪い尽くすのだ。そしてそれが最も効率のいい繁栄だと思い知らされた。ああ、何度も見てきた。意味のない殺戮も意味のない平等も意味のない幸福も俺自身が拒んでも見せられた。守護者となった俺にはもはや自分の意志などない。ただ人間の意志によって生み出され人間が作ってしまった罪の後始末をさせられるだけだったからな。
And that's the conclusion he arrived at. An existence that erases the despair other humans make. Guardians don't save anyone. They just erase the existence of people who aren't saved. Over and over. Whenever they see humans do something that causes their own destruction, they show up and burn it all. The man became a hero, thinking he could save as many people as possible. But in the end, that wish never came true. Ow.
そうだ。それは違う。
Okay.
俺が望んだものはそんなことではなかった。俺はそんなもののために守護者になどなったのではない。
The rage in his voice is probably directed at himself. The man that stands before us is a worn-down wreck. The hero Emiya was perpetually shown the ugliness of the people he wanted to save. In the end, he felt hatred. Hatred at his past self, for valuing the humans who just kept taking from each other.
俺は人間の後始末など真っ平だ。だが守護者となった以上、この輪から抜け出す術はない。そう、ただ一つの例外を除いて。
His cold eyes gleam with unshakable bloodlust. They aren't looking at Saber. Archer's sole objective is to erase himself. However, ever since he died, he can't erase the original Emiya that exists in a place outside of the time axis. It's impossible to erase someone who's become a guardian. Guardians are of the void. There's no point in killing someone who doesn't exist on this world's axis. However, if it were possible, there would only be one way. If he were to kill himself before he became a hero, then a hero would never be born. Therefore...
シロをここで殺すというのですか。他でもない。あなた自身の手によって。
そうだ。その機会だけを待ち続けた。果てしなくゼロに近い確率だ。だが、それにかけた。そう思わなければ自身を許容できなかった。ただその時だけを希望にして、俺は守護者などというものを続けてきた。
それは無駄です、アーチャー。あなたはすでに守護者として存在しているのでしょう。ならもう遅い。今になって英雄となる前のエミやシロを消滅させたところで、あなた自身は消えはしない。
そうかもしれん。だが可能性のない話ではあるな。過去の改ざんだけでは通じないだろうが、それが自身の手によるものならば矛盾は大きくなる。歪みが大きければ、あるいはここでエミヤという英雄は消滅する。
being revoked as a hero.
それはセイバー。俺はこの時だけを待って守護者を続けてきたのだ。 今さら結果など求めていない。これはただの八つ当たりだ。くだらぬ理想の果てに道化となり果てるエミヤシロという小僧へのな。
And then, the Red Knight steps into the same hall that I'm in. Only he and I stand amid the rebel. No obstacles separate us. Our reasons for being here are simple. He wants to kill me, and I can't stand him, so I'm going to kick his ass. I step into the center of the hall. A few more steps, and there will be no going back. Before that...
アーチャー、お前、後悔してるのか?
There's one question I need to ask him.
無論だ。俺。いや、お前は正義の味方になどなるべきではなかった。
He spits the words out like venom. That's the last push I need.
そうか。それじゃあ、やっぱり俺たちは別人だ。
何？
俺は後悔なんてしないぞ。どんなことになったって後悔だけはしない。だから絶対にお前のことも認めない。お前が俺の理想だって言うなら、そんな間違った理想は俺自身の手で叩き出す。
That's how I've lived. I've come this far believing that it was right. It probably is mostly pride, like you said. I've lost more than I've gained. But still, Shiro Emiya won't back down, not even for what he's lost. I advance. A circuit in the back of my mind has already begun to sketch a blueprint.
その考えがそもそもの元凶なのだ。お前もいずれ俺に追いつく時が来る。
来ない。そんなもん絶対に来るもんか。
はあ、それはつまり、その前にここで俺に殺されるということか。
I step towards my enemy. We're close enough to cross swords now. Neither of us are armed. We're going to go at it barehanded. Shiro Emiya isn't a swordsman. We make swords. So...
分かっているようだな。俺と戦うということは、剣聖を競い合うということだと。
His hands grip a pair of swords. That night, that simple pair of blades that took my breath away at Rudo Temple. They were rare masterworks, forged by a famous smith at the cost of his wife's life.
トレス。
I initiate my prepared blueprint and replicate the swords just by visualizing them. They're so flawed. My swords, which I thought were perfect, are terribly vague compared to his. My inferior imagination has produced a downgraded delusion. Most likely, they'll shatter against his swords. I take another step forward. A deliberate, firm step. Rubble crumbles beneath my feet. The sound seems to declare a start to the duel.
俺の剣聖についてこれるか。わずかでも精度を落とせば、それがお前の死に際になろう。
Our swords confront each other. An identical pair of weapons, 4 blades, overlap as if attracted by magnetic force and clash. Back to Ku and Rin. Oh man, there's like someone roast in like an Archer's like speech there. There's just like I don't think I said anything about commenting about all of that. Ugh. Yeah, like Cheeto said, there are 2 completely different people, so I don't feel anything. I guess like Archer. Like, if anything, it was just like, we need to fix his terrible interpretation of like how things went. He easily tracks his target down. Lancer may seem as if he specializes in combat, but he is actually quite skilled at magecraft. He learned to master more than just Gaebog in that arcane fortress called the Land of Shadows. He is a hero because he learned the 18 primordial runes. Of course, he rarely flaunts his magical skills because he prefers to fight with a spear rather than magecraft. Today is one of those rare occasions.
Yosh, atari ka.
He dropped something which had been running on the ground. A rock inscribed with the Borgano rune, which returns to being a mundane pebble, is task complete. He's so cool. Not this guy. Baku, a boy he hasn't seen before, stands up in a panic. The shrill voice sounds familiar. Lancer retracts that thought and realizes who this is.
Rider no master じゃねえか。なんだ、とっくの昔にくたばったもんと。
He breaks off. Rin Tozuka is behind the boy. She's tied to a chair. That's fine. She's being held captive, so that makes sense. But several details stand out. First, her chair is tipped over. Since Rin Tozuka is tied to the chair, she's on the ground too. There's sand in her long black hair, and something red around her mouth. She probably cut her lip. It's slight, but one can make out bruising around her lips.
お前、ランサーか。なんだよ。誰に断ってここに来たんだ。話が違うぞ。お前は。
You punched her, didn't you? A casual fist plants itself in Shinji Mato's cheek. Lancer's trivial backhand sends the boy crashing into a wall.
おお、ああ、悪いなガキ。口より先に手が出ちまった。
He looks unconscious, but not dead. Granted, if Rin Tozuka's face had been a little paler, her clothes more disheveled, it would have ended with just a knockout. He would have paid a heavy price. Nice. Yeah, he could have punched harder though. To be clear, Lancer doesn't care about the treatment of prisoners, but he doesn't like it when someone else steals his prey. Of course, enemies he kills and women he's fond of both count as his prey. Okay. Rin Tozuka wanders aloud from her bound position. Her voice sounds sleepy, as if she was unconscious.
Yeah, 朝だぜ。起きろ、ぐうたら。
Lancer approaches her with an out-of-place greeting. Hey, he's a simple guy. Alright, if you say so, Mari.
なんでここアインツベルンの城よ。
承知している。ああ、いいから動くな。今その手枷を切ってやる。その後は好きにしろ。広間に行ってバカどもの喧嘩を止めるなり、裏口から帰るのも自由だ。
His crimson spear materializes in a wall of air.
それは助かるけど。ランサー、後ろ。
Rin's warning makes him turn.
な、に
Someone even he didn't expect stands there. In the corner of the room. With firm footsteps, a man walks past where Shinji Mato pancaked into the wall. What?
そこまでだランサー。協力しろとは言ったが、深入りしろとは言わなかったぞ。
I thought you died! What? Kirei Kotomine, who they thought Caster killed. Rin yelps in surprise. Lancer glares suspiciously at the priest. He never dies.
いつから終始買いしやがったんだお前。俺のマスターは表には出てこないのが心情だったんじゃなかったか。
Give me a second, I gotta turn on the lights in the room. How is he still alive? What? Caster didn't really do a good job of killing this man, did she? Wow. Ah.
変えるような収支などない。そういうお前こそ命令違反だぞランサー。アーチャーの始末を命じたはずだが、仕損じたか。
あれは放っといても自滅する。その前にやり残した仕事を片付けに来たんだが、お前がここにいるということは、そこのガキはお前の差し金か。
The hint was Ren asking Caster if she checked his body after he died. That did happen, didn't it?
人聞きが悪いな。彼とは協力関係だ。聖杯を手に入れるため、共に認め合った仲だが。
Shinjimato groans underneath the rubble. The priest doesn't even spare him a glance.
そう。あんたがそう簡単にくたばるわけないと思ったけど、しぶとく生きてるばかりか。裏でこそこそ手を回してたのね。悪趣味ここに極まるっていうか、人畜無害な神事を懐柔してどうしようっていうのよ、キレ。
なるほど。あれを人畜無害と取るか。この状況においてもお前は遠ざかりらしい。もう少し出来の悪い弟子ならば惜しむこともないのだが。
The priest chuckles. His expression is that of a priest blessing someone on their deathbed. A chill runs down Rin's back. She realizes what her fate is. The priest looks down at his apprentice of 10 years with a saintly smile.
待てよ、琴峰。その女をどうするつもりだ。教え子を助けたいと言ったお前の言葉は嘘だったのか。
Lancer stands between his master and the girl, glaring.
嘘なものか。彼女はここまで育てた大切な駒だ。10年にわたり欺き続けたのだから、そう簡単にリタイアされてはつまらん。故に、お前に彼女の警護を任せたのだ。わずか2日ばかりの延命だったが、親心としては十分すぎるのではないかな。
That's one day for each parent. The priest walks past Lancer to look at the girl sprawled on the floor. Rin glares up at her former mentor.
SS 神父。あんたならやりかねないと思ったけど、本当にマスターだったなんてね。監督役のくせにゲームに参加するなんて、反則もいいところじゃない。
その割には落ち着いているな、リン。やはり気づいてはいたのか。
Just like me with Archer. Like, but not entirely.
当然でしょ。自分のサーバントを見せなかったのも、あんたを疑ってたからだもの。けどね、まさか初めっから騙されてるとは思わなかったわ。
初めっから。
The priest frowns. It seems that he wasn't expecting her to say that.
何よ。文句あるっていうの？キレ。
いや、初めからというが、それはどのあたりを指しているのかと思ってな。
His lips twist into a sneer. The priest gazes down with a look of true elation.
もっと。キレ、あんた。
それは今回の聖杯戦争が始まってからか。それとも、お前が言う初めからとは。
Then, everything falls into place. Rin's face goes pale, and she stares up at the man who mentored her for 10 years with an incredulous look.
そう。殺したのはあんただったんだ。
Both their dads.
当然だろう。恩師であったからな。騙し討ちはたやすかった。
There's a grinding noise. The girl is staring at the ground, gritting her teeth in anguish.
行き場に迷えクソ神父。断言してやるけど、あんたに居場所なんてないんだからね。地獄だってあんたみたいなのは願い下げで、煉獄だって他の連中がずぶとくなるってんでたらい回しよ。あんたみたいな生き損ないはね、性に合わない天国あたりで針のむしろにくるまってろっての。
In a rage, she hurls abuse after abuse at him. Of course, the priest is unbothered by such trifles. Get that man out of here! Someone else has taken it back when the girl's sudden fit, however. Shinji has never imagined that Rin could bear such emotion, even in his dreams.
琴峰、遠坂は僕がもらったんだって知ってるだろう。あいつに用があるのは僕だけだ。あんたはただ教会でこっちの守備を待ってればいいんだよ。
いや、用ならばある。彼女にはここで聖杯になってもらわねばならないからな。
Oh. Only Gil is missing to make a complete gross trio. Man, they give blue people a bad name. Shinji doesn't understand what the priest is saying. Only the priest and the girl he intends to sacrifice do.
アーチャーとセーバーが消えればいい加減頃合いだ。いらぬ抵抗され、鮮度を落とされても困る。ことは迅速に済ませてしまおう。
The priest steps away from the girl. Only Lancer's in front of Rin now, armed with his spear.
琴峰、貴様。
そのゴミを始末しろ、ランス。器に心臓はいらん。
They're gonna put Ilya's heart into Rin? Only Shinji reacts to those words. Rin just glares at the priest, gnashing her teeth. The priest's smile already told her that she's going to die here. She knows that no help is coming, and that no one would hear her even if she begged for help. So she absolutely refuses to snivel. It's the only form of resistance she can offer, and it represents her defiance. She won't give up until the very end. Help might still come at the last possible second, or a miracle might even occur, like something that destroys the entire room, leaving only her intact. She won't give up, but she knows what is and isn't possible. That's why she isn't very scared. There's just one thing she's worried about. It's awkward to imagine what face he'll make when he comes to save her after she's dead. She doesn't want to make him cry. It pisses her off to thinking that she'll make him cry, and she doesn't know how to apologize for it. Of course, she can apologize for what she said, but she still doesn't want to make him cry. So she apologizes now, but she still can. It doesn't matter, but at least makes her feel more at ease.
どうしたランサー。相手は少女。貫くのはたやすかろう。
The priest has no mercy. However,
お断りだ。今回のは従えねえ。俺にやらせたかったら、その霊樹でも使うんだな。
Lancer answers Ren's enemy with defiance.
何？
The priest narrows his eyes. Master and servant glare daggers at each other, and the temperature in the room seems to drop.
そうか。仕方あるまい。自分でできることに霊樹を消費するわけにはいかんのだが。
The priest lifts his left arm. He activates the command spells inscribed on it.
では命じよう。自害しろ、ランサー。
Lancer coughs blood, but the red droplets that dribble from his mouth pale in comparison to the torrent of blood gushing from his chest.
琴峰、貴様。
His murmur can't even be heard. Lancer has stabbed himself through the chest with his own spear, completely destroying his heart.
さらばだ。お前の役目はとうに終わっている。
The azure armored spearman collapses to the floor. Pooling scarlet seeps into the floor. Lancer shows no sign of getting up. He has fallen by his own spear, on his master's orders. The priest moves. He approaches Rin with easygoing steps and takes a knee next to her. He reaches out with a hand to the bound girl's chest, as if to pluck her heart out.
琴峰、約束が違うじゃないか。遠坂は僕にくれるって言っただろう。
The priest glances at Shinji without answering.
ダメだ。遠坂はダメだ。そいつには借りがいっぱいあるんだから、生きていてくれなくちゃ困る。
Shinji whines, his back to Lancer's corpse. But his protests die off. The boy cowers away from the priest's severe glance. The priest looks back down at the girl.
最後に何か言い残すことはあるか。遺言ぐらいは聞こう。
A simple concession.
こういう時の私が何を考えているか、あんたなら知ってるはずでしょ。
Rin answers him in her usual tone.
そうだな。最後まで諦めないのがお前だ、リン。同時に覆らない現実を瞬時に認めるのもお前の素晴らしさだ。いいぞ。その矛盾はなかなかに芳醇だ。
He doesn't hesitate. The priest roughly shoves his hand into the girl's chest, over where her heart would be. Did I say shave? Shoves. She closes her eyes. There's a stabbing sound. The heart is pierced and blood spills out. It's Kotomine's, right? The stone room becomes a tomb for yet another dead body. Rin is the one who gasps. The floor is drenched in blood. The dripping comes from somewhere high up. From the floor, Rin looks up to see where that is coming from the priest's chest. Blood rises from his esophagus. The hole in his chest is obviously a fatal wound. The thing that stabbed him from behind is none other than a cursed spear known especially for piercing. The priest feels no emotion. He simply looks at Lancer behind him, blood running from his mouth. Yeah! Okay. Lancer's sardonic tone clearly sounds like a bluff. There isn't a hint of vitality in it. Without a heart, his body's already starting to fade. He pulls a spirit out of Kotomine, who collapses lifelessly to the ground. Trained in the arcane and blessed by the divine, he might have been, but he was still only human. There was no surviving a thrust to the heart from Lancer's cursed spear. Lancer leans his crumbling body against the wall, but it buys him little time. After collapsing once, he's bound to disappear for good. He's lost his heart and his master. The only reason his body is somehow still holding together is because of his legendary tenacity. Shinji's cackling brings Rin back to her senses after watching the priest die. Shinji kicks the priest's body. It doesn't move at all. Pleased with himself, the boy kicks the priest's face as hard as he can, making a dry, crunching noise. The sound and sensation delights Shinji more than he expected. Yeah, I don't know if there's any fixing this man. Shinji snickers. Even if he had his own route, having lost all reservations, he closes in on Rin eagerly. Who, please, stab this man too. Shinji scrambles forward on all fours like a lizard, looming over Rin. Like a lizard?
本当にバカじゃないのあんた。
Tied up and on the ground, Rin scoffs like she's talking to a child.
なんだって。
まだ懲りないのかって言ってるのよ、シンジ。あんたは綺麗にいいように使われてただけでしょ。いい？あのサーバントは扱いきれるものじゃない。
I was trying to like figure it out for a long time, finally I'm able to say, "You are such a tool, Shinji."
そんなこと近くにいるんだからあんただって分かってるでしょ。ならいい加減目を覚ましてこんな殺し合いから手を引けっていうの。今ならまだ間に合うのはそっちの方よ。死にたくなかったら1秒でも早くここから逃げ出しなさい。
何を言い出すかと思えば結局は命乞いじゃんか。バカはお前だよ、遠坂。目障りな琴峰は死んだんだぜ。今さら何が僕の邪魔をするって言うんだ。
Shinji reaches for Rin's body, but the second he does,
おい、
he goes flying for a second time. Coup? Shinji slams into the wall again.
ガキが。そいつはてめえなんかが触れていい女じゃねえ。
He's still sticking around. Lancer glances at Shinji and lazily walks over to Rin.
何？死に損ないの分際で僕に意見しようっていうの？
The spearman stops. He turns and faces Shinji.
おとなしく寝ていれば苦しまずに死ねたってのにな。
He's a roach, I told you.
お前
That does seem vaguely
楽
familiar,
には
yes.
殺さないからな。ほら、出番だぜギルガメッシュ。こいつカッコつけて死にたいんだってさ。
Shinji raises his voice. He calls for his servant, the mightiest slayer of heroes.
おい、なんだよ。何やってんだよあいつ。聞こえないのか。早く来いって言ってるだろ。
His voice rings out. The golden servant does not appear. The bloody blue spearman takes a step towards Shinji.
くそくそくそくそくそ。なんだよお前。死に損ないのくせに何かっこつけてんだよ。消えろよ。目障りだってわかんないのかよこの化け物。
A strike whips out.
あ
Let's just savor this moment that's about to happen right here. This moment that's about to happen. I've been waiting all around for this. Yeah. Alright, you can die now. A single precise strike, like a flash of light, stabs Shinji in the right shoulder. Okay, not quite. His scream fills the room. Lancer withdraws his spear, looking bored. He puts his face in front of Shinji's.
うせろ。死に損ないでもな。お前程度なら1000人殺したところで支障はない。
Hugging the wall and cowering away from the spear pointed at him, Shinji leaves the room in a mad scramble.
たく、無駄な体力使わせやがって。
Alright, you know, I'm fine. Ku deserves better prey than that. With a heavy sigh, Lancer walks back over to Rin. The wind-cutting spear severs her bindings like tissue paper.
ありがとう。助かったわ、ランサー。
Rin thanks him for her freedom. She bows to Lancer, ignoring the filth around them.
ま、成り行きだからな。礼を言われる筋じゃねえ。
Suddenly, he collapses limply.
ランサー
Rin can't catch him in time. Lancer's too weak to even lean against the wall now, and he slumps to the ground. His legs won't move. His limbs were already long dead. It seems nonsensical that he managed to stand up, kill his master, and set Rin free. The sudden cough of blood stains his blue armor further.
待ってて、すぐに傷を塞ぐから。
Rin rushes over to the bloody spearman, but he stops her with a hand.
無駄だ。俺のゲイボルクで破壊された心臓は簡単には治らん。だいたいな、そんな余分なマルカ残ってねえだろお前。
けどそれじゃ。
まあ気にするな。こういうのには慣れてる。英雄ってのはな、いつだって理不尽な命令で死ぬものなんだからよ。
His easygoing tone is the same as it always is. Even seconds away from death, the spearman doesn't change the way he acts. Rin stands up wordlessly. Seeing that, Lancer breathes a sigh of relief, as if a weight was lifted from his shoulders.
いや、お互いつまんねえ相棒を引いちまったな。
そうね。けど、私のはつまんないっていうより、扱いづらいだけだったかな。
違いない。お前のような女が相棒だったら言うことはなかったんだが、あいにく昔からいい女とは縁がなくてな。
Just keep waiting, Ku. Just keep waiting.
まったく、こればっかりは何度繰り返しても治らねえみてえだ。
He chuckles dryly, and then...
さあ、早く行け。こいつは俺が連れて行く。お前は、お前の相棒のところに戻らないと。
The spearman urges the girl to leave. He prepares Anzu's, the fire rune, in his hand. As soon as he inscribes it on the ground and charges it with all of his remaining magical energy, it'll burn the entire room to cinders. Rin understands his determination and turns to leave.
さよならランサー。短い間だったけど、私もあなたみたいな人は好きよ。
She runs off to the Great Hall.
小娘が。もうちょっと年取って出直してこい。
A hearty guffaw escapes his lips. I have not heard a laugh be described as a guffaw in a long time. Wow. Flames engulf him. The blaze consumes Lancer and his master's body. Not a trace is left behind. Like a mirage, the crimson spear and azure armor disappear into the flames. Alright. Lancer doing what Caster didn't, and making sure that Kirei is dead. Alright, back to this. Identical swords clash. Shiro Emiya and the man's attacks are completely equal. Yet each time they clash, my blades break and I'm wounded badly. I'm cut deeply by attacks I should have intercepted. His kansho shatters my kansho and cuts me open in a sidelong slash. I desperately try to avoid the strike, but I can't. The wound isn't fatal, but it lacerates my muscles and will probably become a critical injury. I bite back the pain and try to knock the enemy's Bakuya out of his right hand. He shatters my weapon and blocks me there too. Our swords and skills should be the same, but I'm facing an unsurmountable wall.
お前の感想と俺の感想が同等とでも思ったか。お前はまだまだ基本コストの想定が甘い。いかにイメージ通りの外見材質を保とうが、構造に利がなければ崩れるのは当然だ。イメージといえど筋が通ってなければ瓦解する。
Simultaneously, he unleashes attacks to cut open my flank and my forehead. I immediately project a pair of swords to parry with. I have a headache so bad it nearly blinds me. It isn't from the burden of the projection. It's that headache from before. The hunch I had when I was looking for Tosaka. The fever I get every time I face him. This time is the greatest burden yet. It's driving my body crazy. I fend off slash after slash. I attempt to cut him down in return. And each time the red headache burns my eyes. Is it the contradiction of Shiro Emiya and heroic spirit Emiya existing at the same time? Since the moment we recognized each other, my body has felt off every time we made contact. I traced his swordsmanship, and even acquired his replication skills. It makes sense that I picked it up quickly. After all, his skills are the most optimal combat techniques for Shiro Emiya, honed over years of experience. How could I not take to them quickly? In trying to catch up to him, I've learned things about my future self that I shouldn't have. My eyes go numb. Each swing of a sword, each shower of sparks creates flashes of light, robbing me of my vision. My skills can't catch up, and each attack dyes my vision red. I wouldn't mind if that's all this was. My body's already torn to shreds. A headache is nothing compared to the feeling of having my stomach torn open with a branding iron. The problem is, the headache won't stop as long as there's something else to draw out from him.
都合5本目だな。投影による複製ではそろそろ限界か。お前の魔力量はよくわかっている。そのざまでは残り3本。わざわざあれを見せてやったというのに、未だそんな勘違いをしているとはな。
I hear a hint of disappointment in his taunts. The wrong idea. As if that matters right now. More importantly, I need to do something about this headache. It's coming from you.
ともあれ、至ったところで不可能ではあるか。今のエミやシローが生成できる魔力では足りない。そう。どちらにせよ。
My headache worsens. He branches his swords as if to settle this once and for all.
貴様に賞賛など一部たりともなかったということだ。
And brings his swords down on my head in a crisscross shape. Slash. I raise my swords to defend, and they shatter. My body goes numb like it's being pounded with a sledgehammer, and the headache burns not just my eyeballs, but my brain. It's flowing in. So, this, right now, is even scarier than the pain. They're his memories. The reason he's changed so much. I'm seeing fragments of the events that Shiro Emiya will experience in the future. I don't know if they're right or wrong. I'm sure nobody can be the judge of that. Beautiful things were ugly, and ugly things were beautiful. Objectively, there is nothing repulsive about them. So what made him go astray? Sophistry, misrepresentation, treachery, narcissism. Those make up most of what I saw. This is literally the only person that can beat me is me thing. Yeah, I am the bone of my sword. And yet he didn't seem to mind. He swore oaths and had ideals to uphold. He didn't care what he lost. Even if others betrayed him, he believed that there would be a future, as long as he didn't betray himself. If he never complained or even showed himself getting hurt. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Then to the people around him, he was no different than from a machine. He was useful to have around, so they used him. They only saw him as a tool. But even a machine can have ideals to uphold, so he accepted being treated as a convenient tool. Ooh! Roger that on the machine part, jeez. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. It wasn't something he could tell anyone else. The more he failed to save people, and the more people he killed, the less he could profess his ideals. Eventually, his only option was to stick to them as resolutely as he could. The result? Shiro Emiya failed to uphold the ideals he dreamed of even once, and learned that he was a nuisance spouting foolish drivel. Had withstood pain to create weapons. Oh! Look, this was his fate. Look, this where you'll end up. My heart breaks. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for him, but my heart feels like it's going to break when I know that this is the path that awaits me. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. Everything you believed in. Everything you believe in. After you were shown that it was all a lie and a fanciful dream, you still... We clash again. This time he comes straight from my heart, not with the dual swords, but some spite-like sword. I retreat to gain some distance. I'm holding a sword I replicated in the spur of the moment. I fight against the nausea. What did I just see? Forget it. Forget you saw anything. I just need to defeat him now. I can't afford to dwell on anything else.
計算違い。前世の自分を高齢、憑依させることで、かつての技術を習得する魔術があると聞くが、俺と打ち合うたびに、お前の技術は鍛えられていくようだな。
Fainting. I ready myself for his next strike.
となると、引き出したものは投影技術だけではあるまい。その顔、今にも吐きそうな最低の面構えからすると、お前も見たな。
He holds his breath. Don't make me say it. Don't make me remember. If you tell me what I just saw, I...
ならば話は早い。それは全て事実だ。エミヤしろ。
The red cloak flutters. In an instant, he closes the gap and thrusts a spike at me. My weapon is destroyed in one blow. A sword I hastily projected for the first time can't hold up against his weapon. And yet, he throws aside his weapon while I'm unarmed. The next projection is Durandal, said to be a sword of conquerors. I skip 4 counts and instantly project a replica of his weapon. Of course, my imitation is broken with one attack. I've fallen. I was pushed back and fell backward onto the rubble. And then, I'm surprised. Just that fall was enough to stain the rubble red. Ah. I just never noticed that my body is dead, both inside and outside.
そこまでだ。叶わないと知ってなおここに現れる愚かさ。生涯くだらぬ理想にとらわれ、自らの意志を持たなかったまがい者。それが自身の正体だと理解したか。
His voice resounds. I'm covered in wounds. Each of them is deep enough to sink a finger into. I'm seriously screwed.
そんなものに生きている価値はない。何よりこの俺が確信しているのだ。エミヤシロウという男の人生に価値などない。ただ救いたいから救うなど、そもそも感情として間違えている。人間として故障したお前は、初めからあってはならない偽物だった。
I have almost no magical energy left. To make matters worse, my magic circuits are burning. They've been burning since yesterday's projection, actually. Something that was about to break is now completely broken. That's all. My body protests that it can still fight. I've just been playing tough, pretending that my broken heart is whole. So, I need to stand up and beat him.
無駄なこと。俺はお前の理想だ。叶うはずなどないと、今ので理解できたはずだが。
You're hoping deep down that I can defeat you, though. I invest what remains of my consciousness into all my circuits. My nerves splinter and scream. Within myself, I weave together 8 counts without skipping a beat.
Dress off.
He said off, but okay. I acquire his dual swords. Kansho and Bakia, a pair of masterworks forged by an ancient smith. I swing. I'll keep attacking over and over with all my remaining strength until I burn out. Dual swords need dual swords to intercept them. Archer switches weapons to Kansho and Bakia, and offends against my combo without taking a single step back.
そうか。認めるわけにはいかないのは道理だな。俺がお前の理想である限り、エミヤシロウは誰よりも俺を否定しなければならない。
His calm words piss me off. He just keeps quipping at me while I can hardly even breathe. I attack desperately. He locks our swords together without parrying me. I'm being pushed back, weapon and all. There's a vast gap in our physical strength. I don't have a chance of winning a pushing match.
では聞くがな、シロウ。お前は本当に正義の味方になりたいと思っているのか？
For an instant, the sudden question makes my mind go blank.
何を今さら俺はなりたいんじゃなくて絶対になるんだよ
I put my muscle into it and glare right back at him, and he answers.
そう。絶対にならなければならない。なぜならそれはエミやシロウにとってただ一つの感情だからだ。逆らうことも否定することもできない感情。たとえそれが自身の内から現れたものでないとしても。
His heart-wrenching words stop me in my tracks. It's a desire that didn't come from within me. I deny it before I even consider what that means. I can't let him make me say it. I can't realize what he means. Deep down, I know that if I comprehend what he means, then Shiro Emiya's very foundation will crumble away.
ほう。その様子ではうすうす感づいてはいたようだな。いや、初めから気づいていて、それを必死に遠ざけていただけだったのか。今の俺では思い出すことさえできないが。
I clamp my lips shut. I don't want to know. I know that I shouldn't know. Still, I finally realize that I have to know it. Shiro Emiya's paradox. The answer to what my mistake was, and what's wrong with me.
俺にはもはやお前の記憶などない。だが、それでもあの光景だけは覚えている。一面の炎と充満した死の匂い。絶望の中で助けを乞い、叶えられた時の感情。エミやキリツグという男の俺を助け出した時に見せた安堵の顔を。
I'd accepted my death, and my heart was empty. Then, someone saved me. My rescuer smiled at me with tears in his eyes. When I saw that, I thought that he looked so happy.
そうだ。お前はただ一人助けられたことで、助けられなかった人々に後ろめたさを感じていたわけじゃない。ただ、エミやキリツグに憧れただけだ。あの男のお前を助けた顔があまりにも幸せそうだったから、自分もそうなりたいと思っただけ。
Right. Back then, I wasn't the one who was saved. I consider a thought that I've been avoiding. If Kiritsugu caused that fire, then the guilt would have been unbearable. It was a tragedy without a single survivor. Kiritsugu must have searched for survivors like a man possessed. And then he found one, when none were expected. He found a child that should have been beyond helping, who shouldn't even have been alive. What a miracle that must have felt like. But I understood that he saved me. I didn't know his circumstances. It was good enough for me that someone rescued me from that hell. Even if the emotion was directed at himself, his will to save me, and the earnestness of wishing for someone to be saved, were all genuine. His Shido accent is back? It is? Ooh, I need to listen more clearly. And that was enough. It was enough for me that Kiritsugu Emiya saved me after I had become nothing. That's why.
そう。子が親に憧れるのは当然だ。だが、お前はそれが行き過ぎた。エミやキリツグに、エミやキリツグがなりたかったものに憧れるだけならよかった。だが、最後に奴はお前に呪いを残した。言うまでもないだろう。それがお前の全てだと言ってもいい。
じいさんの夢は俺が。
That was the answer. The man even emptier than me heard my innocent words, entrusted his wish to me in relief, and passed away. From that moment on, Shiro Emiya had no choice but to become a hero of justice. My own feelings didn't matter. All I needed to do was become the person I looked up to, for the sake of someone I looked up to when I was young. The wish for everyone to be happy was an impossible one, which came from Kiritsugu, not me. I was kind of expecting his full name.
気づいているのだろう、シロ。お前の理想はただの借り物だ。エミやキリツグという男がなりたかったもの、エミやキリツグが正しいと信じたものを真似ているだけに過ぎない。それは。
I grit my teeth and desperately tried to bolster my breaking heart. And yet...
正義の味方だと笑わせるな。誰かのためになるとそう繰り返し続けたお前の思いは決して自ら生み出されたものではない。そんな男が他人の助けになるなどと思い上がりも甚だしい。
His blades cut through the air. His swings, filled with reproach, rained down on me with unprecedented aggression. As I watched the raging flurry of blows, I accept I'm going to die here, just like I did 10 years ago. Impact after impact pounds me down. Once beautiful swordsmanship has deteriorated into brute force. My left arm trembles after blocking the strikes. The shock of it has broken my fingers holding the sword. I scrounge up every bit of mental focus I have left to create a kansho, and just barely deflect another slash. He's got me. His first assault already pushed me to near death. I won't survive this next barrage of blows. Yet, somehow, my heart is broken, but my body denies him with all of its might. It screams that he's wrong. Like a part of me earnestly feels that it's wrong to admit he's right, and let myself die here. My own body has just turned into a narration machine as well. I look up. My eyes aren't working. I've been reading so much today. They don't see my enemy, they only replay his memories. Within them, there's an image of me huddled up like a turtle in a shell, trying desperately to survive. I hear more than the sounds of blades clashing. It's him. With each attack, he berates himself.
そうだ。誰かを助けたいという願いが綺麗だったから憧れた。
I take his sword strikes again and again. Bakuya is broken. Kansho is my last lifeline.
故に自身からこぼれ落ちた気持ちなどない。これを偽善と言わずなという。
Kansho breaks while life begins to peter out. My chest hurts. Shiro Emiya's heart is torn apart, not by the waterfall of sword strikes, but by Archer's words.
この身は誰かのためにならなければならないと脅迫観念に突き動かされてきた。それが苦痛だと思うことも破綻していると気づく間もなくただ走り続けた。
Denial after denial. With each rejection, I lose my will to fight. My body already wants to retire, unable to take the physical shock. And yet, that very same body keeps denying him, desperately.
だが、所詮は偽物だ。そんな偽善では何も救えない。
Anything.
いいな。元より何を救うべきかも定まらない。
I'm sent flying. I sail through the air, not unlike during the encounter with Berserker. But I plant my feet. His blow threatened to send me tumbling into the rubble, but I stand my ground with all my might. My body knows. It's stubbornly refusing to fall, because it knows that it can't get up again once it does. I plant my broken conch shell in the ground and use it to support my weight. I pitch forward, nearly falling over. I can't get up. I brace myself against conch shell with both hands, holding onto it like a walking stick. I must look pathetic. From the side, I might even look like I'm kneeling before him.
その理想は破綻している。自身より他人が大切だという考え、誰もが幸福であってほしい願いなど、空想のおとぎ話だ。そんな夢を抱いてしか生きられないのであれば、抱いたまま溺死しろ。
My life isn't worth living. No, he said that my entire life was worthless. My weapons are gone. It's futile to even stand up. Meanwhile, he doesn't even look winded, much less wounded. This duel is decided. No, it was from the very beginning. There was no way Shido Emiya could ever match the heroic spirit Emiya. But this is wrong too. If the gap in our abilities was truly that large, then this silly scuffle wouldn't even happen. It's my heart that lost this fight. I'm weak because I realized that I'm wrong, and accepted that he's right. I've only lost on that front, because...
何?
Because my body has been protesting that it won't lose to you. Why else? Why else would it get stronger every time you dismiss my ideals as fake?
ふざけんな、こんちくしょう!
I can reach him. I know I can. If my weapons are broken, I'll just use them as they are. If everything I have is broken, then I'll mobilize everything I don't have. If I haven't lost, then there are depths I've still yet to reach. My headache drops again. For an instant, I see his scenery, probably for the last time. I can't understand him, but I think I can learn from his pain. He's a hero whose incantations express and judge himself. Right now, I can't understand the will behind those words, but I'll accept them in your place. I chant the verse, loud and proud. Emiya's own words hurt him. He accepted that and chose to kill me. That's all he wanted at the end of his long journey. Then, just as you deny me, I'll strike you down if it's the last thing I do. I whisper it without thinking. I look up. On the verge of death, I stand up to him. I swallow a glob of blood that was blocking my throat. The once fading Yang sword Concho is cloaked in a concrete image once more. I've always known that, but I've kept believing in it because I think it's right. I followed in Kudetsugu's footsteps because it's a dream that won't come true and an impossible ideal. Even if it never comes true, if I keep running, I'll get close to it one day. I ready my sword. What can you be talking about? I don't care about that. Right now, I just...
お前には負けない。誰かに負けるのはいい。けど、自分には負けられない。
Need to keep being Shiro Emiya until the very end. It is an unbelievable fight between swords. He charges in, despite being fully wounded. His fingers are broken, his limbs shredded. He hasn't even realized that he's not breathing anymore. The speed is insignificant, and the blows he delivers are mediocre. He may have absorbed Archer's knowledge and advanced to a point where he can fight him, but he's back to being a boy again. He executes a haphazard, mediocre attack. And yet, that first blow is heavier than any of the other attacks before. Apathy turns to astonishment. His sword seems to shout. The boy swings a long sword faster than his opponent ever imagined. Where is this power coming from? The vigor of their clash reaches an unprecedented pitch. The man can't even pivot to defense. Each attack is lethal enough to take his head. He judges that this situation must be taken seriously, and moves his swords accordingly. Up and down, left and right. The 4 slashes, unleashed in an instant, are enough to cut the boy to ribbons. But he blocks them. Now, the boy launches a bladed tempest that overcomes the 4-fold technique. He wields his longsword with swift skill. The man senses that he must attack or be cut down. The long sword assails his dying enemy. The boy swings his sword full-heartedly. Two sides struggle. Sparks fill the air, declaring that any who entered the ring would be torn apart. But this should be the dying spark of a walking corpse. With each attack, the boy's breathing becomes more labored, and he looks closer to collapse. But he takes another step and attacks again. Having seen this, the man is sure of something. His enemy doesn't have any strength left. The boy in front of him is a walking corpse. And yet why does the boy continue to wield a sword, as if he has infinite strength? He isn't conscious of it. He doesn't know what his opponent is doing, nor can he tell if his attacks are working. He cries out, his muscles begging for oxygen. They demand that he stop due to a lack of blood. And he pushes through it all, with brute force. Only one thought occupies his mind. His feelings are fake. Just like this guy says, he probably can't become a hero of justice. As long as Shiro Emiya looks up to that goal, he'll reach the same destination as the man before him. But he felt that it was beautiful. He knows that it's hypocritical to value others over himself. And still, he longed for such a life, wondering how nice it would be to live that way. It's the only motivation driving his body forward on the verge of death. He can't hear what his enemy is saying. It speaks to how fierce the clash is, and how meek his foe's voice is. Looking closer, the boy's hands gripping the sword are melded with the hilt. He must have done it to secure the sword, but by doing that, he will directly feel the impact from the sword. He's bloody. If he takes a single step back, he'll pitch over. The boy's accepted that each swing of his sword will be hellish suffering. It irritates the man, but he takes it. It seems to offend his stubbornly persistent enemy, but he's just as irritated with himself for not backing down, when he knows that even one step back would end this. But how can he retreat now? There's no room for a parley now, and he's in a pitched duel with his enemy. It would be shameful to turn his back on this shoutly forged sword. It would be utterly humiliating not to meet the attacks head-on. All it would take for his enemy to destroy himself is for the man to retreat one step. But he senses that he'll have conceded something decisive if he backs down now. Soon, this worry will fade. His enemy is at his limits. 3 more attacks. If he repels just 3 attacks, then his enemy will destroy himself. He clicks his tongue at his own foolishness. Just earlier, he thought the boy had 2 attacks left. Then he delivered more than 10. The boy isn't going to fall. The boy's voice is inaudible. The boy who's on the brink of death frantically goes up against the obstacle before him. And then, he sees him. He looks upon him with his own eyes for the first time. I keep swinging my sword until I reach my foe, with arms ready to fall off. The only thing that can be heard is a strange yell. That shout is the price I pay for each exchange of blows. There are the people who weren't saved, and myself who wasn't saved. The memories come unbidden, and I swore that I'd never let this happen again. How many years have passed? There were things that were lost. Things I lost. There will always be things that I forget and fail to pick up. That's why I made an oath I won't forget. To become a hero of justice. To always do what's right. Even if it isn't my own wish. Even if it's just a way to lighten my own sins. I'll keep that oath. I'll make the dream come true. When I was young, someone saved me, entrusted me with the stream, and passed away alone. I believe in the wish behind his words. Even if this whole world shuns me, and the oath turns out to be a curse, I won't give it up. And then, the man realizes that there is no end to this repeating conflict. This enemy will not stop. The enemy will not stop on his own. This enemy makes each attack with desperate abandon, but he isn't even aware of who he's fighting. The boy is trying to cut down himself. He is the one who is doing the obstructing. The man's enemy is swinging his sword for everything he's believed in, and everything he'll continue to believe in. Realizing that, the man gnashes his teeth. He sees the boy keeps fighting, even if he knows he can't win, even if he knows there's no point. That is the exact mistake the man once made. So why? Why does he want to see how far this boy will go? He raises his long sword. The enemy's attacks can no longer be trifled with. He repels the attacks and counters with a strike meant to crush the enemy's skull with certainty. The high-pitched sound of metal. The boy repels what should have been a decisive blow. Couldn't even stop one attack until now, but he easily defended against a strike delivered with the man's full might. He holds his breath. The enemy flicks his sword and resheaths it in a single large stance. But his eyes, they're looking straight at him. The impact breaks one of my limbs. My sense of pain isn't numb at all. The pain is enough to knock me out, but I push through it with sheer rage. I'm dehydrated. I can't afford to lose any more liquid. The enemy's left arm is wide open. I've lost one side of my body, so this will have to be the last blow. But that thought doesn't enter my mind. All I can think is... He slashes with a longsword in an effort to protect his exposed left chest. He can make it. It would be easy to close the distance. This is my last chance. That's the only thought on my mind. Even if Shiro Emiya is fake, this is real. He wants everyone to be happy. It's an ideal that everyone's felt, I'm sure. So I won't take it back. Because this dream will always be. His gaze is straight. Mistakes and lies. He shakes off everything that pierces him. And he continues to run without stopping. The words drive straight into his chest. The attacks come, fueled by help and determination. There's enough time to block it. But the gears never turn in his head, and the battle draws to an abrupt close. He hears the sound of his blade piercing his chest. The surprised one is, of course, the Red Knight. The boy bet everything on a desperate attack, so he would expect it to defeat his opponent. He couldn't afford to make any other choice anyway. So it is the knight who is surprised. Truly, he wonders why he didn't defend against an attack that would have been easy to stop. I'm about to collapse, so I lean on my good right leg. I drove Kansho into Archer's chest. Has she been watching the whole time? Saber asked a question from the entrance to the hall. Archer doesn't answer. Maybe he feels that he doesn't need to. Maybe he doesn't have an answer for her. My fingers feel numb. My broken fingers tell me that they can't hold a sword anymore. The Red Knight doesn't move. I might have stabbed him through the chest, but he's a servant, so he could easily counterattack. But his arms remain at his sides and show no sign of movement. I know what that means, of course. I fix my gaze on him and declare victory. The Red Knight closes his eyes once and admits. He stares into the distance. His murmur sounds like it was meant to convince himself. Shido versus Archer. I pull out the sword. The moment my projectile sword touches the air, it disperses into dust, as if it never existed. Ooh, excuse me. Looks like there's too much air. I finally look around, my attention drained. What a wreck. My lacerations look like they're on the mend, but in some places, they're turning into a reddish-black color. Archer says something about it being Saber's sheath, but I wonder how it decides what to heal first. It heals the cuts right away, but the broken bones seem to be a lower priority. Oh. I hear hurried footsteps coming from the west side of the hall, in the direction Lancer disappeared off to. Someone's coming. She appears on the second-story terrace, jumps down to the hall floor without hesitating and... Such a serious, sequence of events, and then Rin comes over and just falls on her butt. Hugs herself from the pain of the fall.
Shiro, 無事? あーちゃん、あんたその傷どうしちゃったのよ?
Tozuka raises her voice to match the distress with which she arrived. Lancer rescued her, just as promised. It's the track. That was... I'll mention it after we, finish this day and end the stream. But, yeah. Plus, I'm honestly amazed to see Tozuka alive and well. She can't decide if she wants to check if I'm okay, or be upset at Archer for getting injured. Learn from each other, right? Because you forgot your past, and Shido doesn't know his future. So, it goes both ways, right? The Red Knight's words are sarcastic, but I can only hear warmth behind them. After giving Tozuka a look, he turns on his heel as if to leave the stage. He isn't even going to say goodbye to Tozuka. He's heavily wounded, and he doesn't have a master. Is he going to disappear here and return to where the other heroic spirits come? Gilgamesh! It all happened in an instant. A lethal attack, just as it began to relax on Tozuka. Multiple swords rain down. Torrent of blades come down to skewer me as I stand around spacing out. I hit the ground. Someone pushes me, and I fall backwards onto some rubble. I was shoved about a meter away. From where I am, I can only watch. My broken limbs can't support my body, and I'm too weak to even stand up. Instead, from Archer's back to Pincushion Archer. No! All I can do is watch another version of me get skewered before my very eyes. What? Wait, did I see that right? Was one of the swords going through his head? No, okay, that's the spear that's like in his stomach. Okay. I was about to say, is like, hold on a minute. That's insane. But no. Okay. They wouldn't do that. Evian. Yeah. Saber's challenge breaks the silence. Her voice is directed at the second floor at the top of the broken stairs.
楽しませてもらったぞ。偽物同士。実にくだらない戦いだった。
貴様、アーチャー。
10年ぶりだな、セイバー。お前とはもう少し早く顔合わせをする気であったが、予定が変わった。予想外の事故ばかり起きてな。俺の思惑とはずれてきてしまった。
Is Gilgamesh, the servant who defeated Berserker and killed Ilya. He ignores Saber's glare and looks down at me and Archer.
さて、理解したか？それが本物の重みというものだ。いかに形を似せ力を似せようが、所詮は作り物。本物の輝きには及ばない。
He raises his hand, as if about to command an army.
偽物が作り上げた贋作など見るのも汚らわしい。クズめ、貴様らのうちには何一つ新作が存在せぬ。
Dude became a pincushion. Yeah. Yeah. I bet you he's like a 5-star pull in the shield. Pincushion Archer. He unleashes countless noble phantasms into the hall. An unavoidable torrent falls on us. I count just under 30 noble phantasms. Even if I was still in one piece, there's nothing I could do to defend myself against this assault. Dust fills the air. The hall collapses even further, rocked by explosions. In the middle of it, I see him. A fluttering red coat. He runs towards me looking like a pincushion. Oh, hey! And gives me another shove. I watch his red figure fade into the distance. His eyes convey a firm message. You defeat him. He tells me that since he lost to me, and I'm going to become a hero of justice, this is a villain I have to defeat. The cloud of dust blocks out my vision. The red cloak sinks into the rubble. I'm sure I saw him before he left. His confident eyes declare, this servant is no match for us. It won't be Saber or Tosca who defeats him. Light herself tells me that Shido Emiya is the Golden Servant's natural enemy. My vision clears up. A layer of dust settles over the hall, now covered in a new layer of rubble. Nothing else happens. The Red Knight disappeared after he was buried under the rubble.
Oh, 驚いたぞ、アーチャー。あの傷で他人を救う余裕があったとはな。
His tone is filled with derision and irony. The man's lips curl into a smirk. He looks down at Archer's bloody remains. Silence falls. Gilgamesh is the strongest being in this place now. One wrong move and will follow Archer. Saber's lips are tightly sealed. She's watching for a chance to face the enemy. However... You're Emiya! Tosca loses her temper after losing Archer. Light flies through the air. Tosuka charges the jewel with as much energy as she can, and fires pure destructive energy without any modifications. Gilgamesh doesn't even try to dodge it. The attack doesn't leave a scratch on him.
死に損ないを先にするつもりだったのだが、順序が変わったな、女。
The swords floating behind him sentence Tosuka to death. They hurtle towards her at high speed, but Saber arrives even faster to deflect them, protecting her master. I feel like Saber looks a little different ever since she's, like, become Rin's servant. Is that just me? Like, she looks more serious, you know? Compared to before.
Saber!
リン、下がって。あの男は危険だ。手を出せば殺されます。
ほう？今のマスターはその小娘か。
She's all business right now, yeah.
よかろう。ならば今の無礼は不問に付す。お前を失っては楽しみが減るからな。
Saber just glares up at our enemy, her visible sword at the ready.
なぜここにいるアーチャー？オウミは前回の聖杯戦争で呼ばれたサーバント。そのあなたがなぜ今回も限界している？
なぜも何もあるまい。前回の戦いが終わった後、我は消えずにこの世に留まっただけだが。
そんなバカな。サーバントは聖杯が消えた時点でこの世との接点をなくすはずだ。ならばあなたが10年もの間とどまっていられるはずがない。
そうでもないぞ。もとよりこの世との接点は聖杯ではなくよりしろとなったマスターだ。聖杯はあくまで道を通したに過ぎん。聖杯が消えた後も魔術師が魔力を提供し続ければこの世にはとどまれる。もっとも聖杯の助力なしでサーバントを維持できるマスターなどそうはいないがな。その点で言えば俺のよりしろは魔力不足ではあった。
ならばどちらにせよあなたがとどまれるはずがない。サーバントを持つことにマスターが耐えられないならあなたは召喚者ともども枯渇しているはずだ。
それもやりようであろう。魔術回路が少なければ知識で補うのが魔術師という輩だ。その点で言えば俺のマスターはなかなかに筋金の入った男だった。
Past tense? So his master is no longer alive. No, Shinji was his master. The fact that the ungovernable Gilgamesh was following Shinji's orders was proof enough of that.
ではあなたのマスターはライダーのマスターと同じように。
ああ、事故で補えなければ他人から奪うのは当然だろう。だが実を言えばそのような手間もいらなかったのだがな。俺は聖杯を浴びた唯一のサーバントだ。この時代における受肉など10年前に済ませている。
Saber stares at him in shock. The mention of 10 years ago seems to pain her.
そう、お前のおかげだぞ、セイバー。あれが何であるか我は誰よりも熟知している。何しろその神憶をぶちまけられ中にあるものを見たのだからな。
ではあの時あなたは。
ああ、聖杯の正体を理解したの。その時に決めた。あれは俺だけが扱うとな。
He speaks to Saber. No, the Golden Servant's decree is directed at all of us.
聖杯をあなたが使うだと。
そう、マスターなどという寄生動物に分け与えてやる義理もあるまい。俺は俺の目的のために聖杯を使おう。その最大の障害であった召喚者も先ほど消えた。残ったものはよりしろにもならぬ魔術師もどきだけだ。
I know, Mari.
俺の望みには そのなり損ないこそがふさわしい。もっともお前の肉ならば、あるいは完全な聖杯が出来上がるやもしれんが、さて。
The man eyes Tosaka. Tosaka shrinks away and goes a little pale, realizing how dangerous he is. His red eyes are ominous beyond comparison. Anyone would feel intensely uncomfortable under their gaze. His eyes are so bizarre that they even scare the unflappable Tosaka.
バカな。聖杯はマスターが得るものだ。我らサーバントでは得られないからこそ、マスターに協力するのだろう。
それこそがおかしな話だ。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけでありながら、聖杯を得られるのはマスターだけだというのか。
しかしそれは
全てはくだらぬざれ言だ。7人のマスターによる聖杯の奪い合い、最後の一人となったマスターのみが聖杯を得る儀式だと。そんなものはただの隠れ蓑に過ぎん。もとより聖杯の恒例など済んでいる。連中は毎回聖杯を用意してから7人のサーバントを呼ぶ。わかるか騎士よ。連中が必要としたのは聖杯ではなく、その中に入るものだ。マスターなど元は我らを呼ぶためだけの回路に過ぎん。魔術師どもはな、聖杯を作りはしたが、その中身を用意できなかった。先ほども言っただろ。事故で補えないのなら、よそから奪ってくるのが奴らだと。聖杯を満たす最高純度の魔力、守護者ともいえる霊長最強の魂こそが奴らが求めたものだ。7人のサーバントとはな、もともと聖杯にくべられる生贄のことらしいぞ。
Saber stares at him in shock. Her eyes try to deny his words. It can't be true. The Holy Grail I sought can't be something this abhorrent, she seems to be telling herself.
驚くことはあるまい。聖杯は魂という本人でなければ制御できぬ力を純粋な魔力に返すろ過器だ。ああ、確かにそれならば願いは叶おう。魔術師どもにとっては永遠に使い切れぬ魔力量だろうからな。故に生贄は多ければ多いほど良い。6人ものサーバントをくべればそれは万能と言えるだろう。聖杯が汲み取ったサーバントは5人。奴らが目指した万能の釜まではあと1人分で十分だ。
それではやはり聖杯はマス
Is
ターにしか
Assassin
扱
still
えない。
alive? That would be the
聖
last
杯が
person.
純粋な
Yeah.
魔力の貯蔵庫だというのなら、扱えるのは魔術師だけだ。そうだ。持ち主となるマスターさえ優れた術者ならきっと。
あらゆる願いを叶えられるか。たわけ、人間風情にそのような奇跡は与えられん。どれほど強大な力を持とうと自滅するのが人間というものだ。だが安心しろセイバー、この聖杯は本物だ。きちんと7人分の英霊を組み込めば必ず原初に到達する。
原初？ちょっと待った。じゃあ聖杯ってまさか。
何者かは知らんが、最初にこのルールを敷いた者は間違いなく神域の天才だろうよ。まあしかし俺には関係のない話ではある。俺はそんなものに興味はない。あるのは聖杯の門としての能力だけだ。
We reach the origin of all things. Okay?
聖杯が門だと。
10年前だセイバー。あと一歩で聖杯を手に入れるという時、俺はお前に阻まれた。聖杯は政権によって両断され、こぼれ落ちた者は炎となって町を焼き払った。聖杯の真下にいた俺は 当然その本流を一身に浴びたのだ。その時に聖杯の正体を知った。実にくだらぬ。くだらぬが使い道はある。数ある兵器の中でもあれほど殺人に特化したものはあるまい。あれはあのままでいい。万能の釜になどする必要はない。
兵器、聖杯がサーバントを持って生み出すものが兵器だというのか、アーチャー。
もともと我らとて兵器だろう。あれはそれを突き詰めたものに過ぎん。聖杯とは地獄の門。一度開けば中からは56億もの呪いが溢れ出す。琴峰は言っていなかったか。聖杯の名はアンリ・マユ。その名の通り全ての人間を食い潰す終わりの泥だと。
Oh. Oh, okay. This is new. Anri Mayu. If I recall correctly, that's the name of a devil from Zoroastrianism. It's said to be an ruler of evil who has been fighting the gods for thousands of years. It's depicted as an embodiment of all of humanity's malice, to be a reflection of humanity's goodwill. So why is the Holy Grail named after some ancient Persian demon?
では、あなたの目的は人間の。
そう一層だ。俺は琴峰のように人間をめでようと努める気はない。めでるべきは美しいものだけだ。この世界は楽しいがな、同様にどしがたい。凡脈の雑種が生を謳歌するなど王に対する冒涜だ。それでは治める気にもなれん。
バカじゃないのあんた。何が王に対する冒涜よ。人間が一人もいなくなったらそれこそ王様の意味なんてないじゃない。
死に絶えるのならばそれでよい。自らの罪で消え去るのなら生きる価値などはあるまい。俺が欲しいものは雑種ではない。地獄の中ですら生き延びられる者にこそ支配される価値がある。その点で言えば前回のは落第だったな。あの程度の火で死に絶えるなど今の人間は弱すぎる。
His lips curve up in a smile. For the first time, he looks at me, one of the failures.
この世すべての悪とやらが何者であるかは知らん。だが都合が良いだろう。すべての人間に等しく落ちる死の戸が。人より生まれた人だけを殺す底なしの闇。本来俺がすべき仕事を任せるにはふさわしい猟犬だ。
Gilgamesh raises an arm. Noble phantasms float at the ready behind him, awaiting his command.
では10年前の続きといこう。あの時はくだらぬゴミが混ざったが、こたびはあのようなゴミはおらん。もっともそれ以上にたちが悪いクズが混ざっているようだが。
All the swords turn to point at me. I try to stand up, but my broken leg won't move the way I want it to. Crap, I can't even block a single one of those swords. Then why did Archer entrust his will to me? Ooh! The swords disappear. The golden servant suddenly puts down his arm. He looks up at the ceiling with displeasure and brushes something from his shoulder. Coo! Thank you. Lancer saves the day again. Yeah, exactly.
すすで汚れる。命拾いしたな、小僧。
The castle's on fire. I don't know who set it alight, but it seems like a pretty intense blaze. Therefore, it's already surrounded by flames, and they've reached the second floor. No, that's not what I should be surprised about. He really decided not to fight because his clothes got dirty.
逃げるのですか、アーチャー。
No, let him run away, Saber. What are you doing?
場所を変えるだけだ、セイバー。聖杯は俺の手にある。
To Ryujin Temple?
ことは迅速に済ますのが俺の方針だからな。早々に聖杯を作り、地獄の穴を開けてやろう。
His blonde hair flutters. Gilgamesh walks towards the terrace that is on fire. Oh, speaking of Ryujin, congrats on getting Ryuji.
何しろ今回の聖杯は急増の欠陥品だ。急がなければ中身がすべてこぼれてしまうぞ。
His muffled laughter echoes. Then he leaves the burning castle. Sparks have started to dance around the great hall, and the ceiling is crumbling by the second. I'm also starting to see more of just your tweets in general too, Mari. It's being recommended to my For You page, even though I don't follow you. The formerly ornate castle doesn't resemble itself anymore. Its master is gone. It crumbles away without a trace, as if to follow the pale girl. Ilya? Interlude! Alright, we're almost done with this day. Well, there's probably something else after this interlude. My bad. I can't stop talking, no matter where I go, I guess. It's okay. I don't mind seeing, the, stray Mari tweet, on my timeline. Shinji Mato wanders through the forest, his breathing ragged and bestial. He was headed in a concrete direction, to be clear, but his mental state is utterly lost. With no objective, all he can do is run. I low-key feel like skipping Shinji's interlude. Wandering is the only appropriate word to describe his behavior. It's worth to read. I know. I don't want to skip anything, especially on the first time. Only this time? Okay. He pushes tree branches aside with one arm, splashing through the mud. Shinji heads for the forest exit, his bloodstains marking his trail. Of course, the shoulder wound Lancer gave him hasn't healed. He's already lost sensation in his right arm. His wound is red and inflamed, and his arm won't move, like a necrotized limb. He trips and stumbles into a tree. It must be difficult running with only one arm. His right arm hangs like dead weight. Then he realizes that a part of his body has become dead weight and starts to laugh. His laugh turns into a coughing fit. It hurts. He feels hot and feverish, perhaps due to the wound. His hazy mind imagines his arm rotting away. Then, he starts to hallucinate about all the people around him also rotting away. Not just their arms. All those other idiots should know their place and be hurt even worse than he is. He can't stop laughing. The thought makes the pain slightly more bearable. He has a real purpose now. His first goal is to gather arms. Like Nintendo. He'll take arms from everyone, no exceptions. The girl who wouldn't do what he said. She's the one he likes the most, and he can't stand the thought of her looking prettier than him. Shinji mumbles a laugh, then looks up. That servant is standing in front of him. When did he get there? He stares at the servant. The golden servant looks down at Shinji the way one might look at livestock. His tone is utterly disinterested. Shinji's face distorts. He glares at the man in front of him, failing to realize what the servant's words might have implied. Like he usually does. Shinji rages at the servant. The golden servant nods, unconcerned. Oh, this happens before he confronts us. Okay.
ああ、そうだよ。お前がグズだから遠坂を逃がしちまったんだ。あんな死に損ないに取られるなんて思い出しただけで吐き気がする。
そうか、それは残念だ。
何を落ち着き払ってんだよ。遠坂がいなけりゃ聖杯が手に入らないんだろ。さあ、
Hey, only I can call him a roach.
分かってんのかよ。これからどうすれば。
安心しろ、予定に狂いはない。聖杯は作り出せ。
The servant speaks emotionlessly. Shinji doesn't realize that the servant's red eyes aren't even looking at him.
どうやって？いくら聖杯があってもその器がないとできないって琴峰も言ってたじゃないか。あのガキの心臓だけじゃ意味がない。あれは優れた魔術回路につなげないと聖杯にならないんだろ。
Shinji approaches his servant and berates him for his incompetence. The golden servant nods again.
だから問題ない。よりしろになるマスターならここにもう一人いるじゃないか。
Then, he casually thrusts his arm out. Oh! Squish. Shinji doesn't realize what the noise was until the very end. His stomach feels strange. When he looks down, he sees the servant's arm. The fist is embedded in his body. It doesn't hurt, nor is there any blood. The servant's arm sinks deep into his stomach, as if it's performing some outlandish spiritual surgery.
聖杯が欲しいのだろう。ならばくれてやろう。大事なものなら二度と手放すな。
Blood vessels swell. Wriggle, wiggle, wiggle. He feels something alien swarming and writhing inside him. And then, he ceases to be Shinji Mata. He convulses. There's just a swollen hunk of meat there now. It has no clear shape. It's made up of only naked muscles and blood vessels, sudden growths of meat, and short-lived decayed meat. Oh well. Yeah, oh well. His mind breaks, unable to withstand the discomfort of something wriggling inside him, and the pain of endless growth and decay. This is gnarly though. The servant watches for a while, and then departs as if nothing remarkable happened.
憎いな。力ある魔術師ならば変貌することもないだろうが。まあ、仕方があるまい。
Chains extend out. The chain of the heavens appears in midair to bind the infinitely expanding and rotting mass of flesh. Currently it's teetering between growth and decay. The Holy Grail should quickly learn how to use its host. Once that happens, the rope should greatly exceed the decay. At this rate, his Holy Grail will soon be complete.
ゲテモノの方が味は良い。何より、お前ならばふさわしい泥を吐き出すだろう、シンジ。
The servant chortles. In his shadow, the mass of flesh repeats, "Help me," in a no longer human voice. Well, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to destroy the Holy Grail, right? So, Saber is gonna have to do the deed. Actually, no, yeah, Saber will, I think, if we're gonna fight Gilgamesh ourselves. Alright, final part of the day!
シロ、傷はもう痛まないのですか?
With this stream and the last one combined, I think I would have been streaming for like close to 10 hours. Oh my god. I think it's been a little over 9.
ああ、うん。そっちの方は問題ない。
And I took like my 30-minute in between.
そうですか。それならいいのですが。
That's a full overtime day, right? I even got paid for it too. But that's a future investment for like gacha. She ends the conversation, but it seems something else is still on her mind. It's been an hour since we've returned. We both have something on our minds, but nothing is said. We don't have time to be glad that Tosuka is safe for now, nor do we have the time to celebrate our reunion. We're still in a dire situation. The last servant, Gilgamesh. As long as he holds the Holy Grail, we have no choice but to fight him. We don't have a plan to break out of this predicament. The more we think about it, the more we are hit with the feeling of despair. Of course, we wouldn't have anything to say to each other. However, that's not the only reason we're silent. It's probably because this is the last. This will be the last time we're heading into battle. Doesn't matter what's the result, win or lose. What awaits us will be the same. The Holy Grail War will end here. After that, the three of us won't be able to talk like this again. Thinking back, we've only spent 10 short days together. We were thrust into one happening after another during those 10 days. So much so we don't even have time to think about what happened yesterday. But it's not all bad memories during these 10 days. We went on a group date together. Now thinking back, there are irreplaceable memories I made in these 10 days. And that's the reason we are not saying anything. We don't want to admit our time together is ending, and we're swallowing the words we want to say. Tosuka, Saber, and myself all have the answers in my heads. The reason we won't say it out loud is because we don't want to end what we had in the manner we have now.
じゃあ私から言うけど、私はアーチャーの仇を討つ。裏切られたし、ひどいやつだったけど、あいつはシローだったから。
Tosuka said so with determination in her voice. We will face Gilgamesh. She has said it clearly that we will end this fight.
シローはセイバーにはどうしたって付き合ってもらうけど、マスターじゃないあなたには無理強いできない。あの金ピカ、シローを目の敵にしてるみたいだし、戦うのなら真っ先に狙われると思うけど。
Maybe she's being considerate. She's even given me a reason to back out. But I have my answer already. I can't leave Gilgamesh alone. Also, I have a hunch that the Holy Grail he's trying to use is not something that should exist. But there's another reason why I can't back out. You will defeat him. He left behind those words and chose to keep me alive instead of himself. The same man whose existence is to deny Shiro Emiya. Now that I've made him admit defeat, there's only one path left for me to take.
奴を倒す。自分で戦うと決めたんだ。最後までそれを守らなくちゃ。あいつになんて文句を言われるかわからないだろう。
そう。あなたがそう決めたのなら止めないわよ。
ああ、頼む。それに、聖杯は放っておけない。聖杯が奴の言う通りのものだとしたら、そんなものは壊した方がいい。今度こそ完全に、こんなことを二度と繰り返さないようにだ。
Saber's been fighting for the sole purpose of getting the Holy Grail. That hesitation and regret are not something that can be easily erased. Even then.
承知しています。聖杯がギルガメッシュの言う通りのものならば、それはこの世にあってはならないものです。
She agrees to our plan by sacrificing her own wish.
よし。
I stand up from the floor and start walking towards the kitchen. I reach for my equipment in the kitchen. I put on my apron and roll up my sleeves, getting ready for a different kind of battle.
シロ、何かいいアイデアでも思いついたの？
いや、飯作ろうと思って。二人とも腹減ってるだろ。
Ignoring the dumbfounded two, I start making preparations for dinner.
話は決まったんだ。なら、あとはいつも通りにしよ 3人で夕食をとって、その後で奴を倒しに行けばいい。
I take out the bowl and frying pan. I will use up everything I have in the fridge. There's no need to hold back. We're going to have to feast.
ええ、そうですね。いつも通り夕食を迎えましょう。私たちにはその方が合っている。
そうね。じゃあ私も手伝おっかな。セイバーはお風呂沸かしてきて。
The heavy atmosphere we had just moments ago is gone. The living room feels brighter and livelier. A night with the three of us together that will never come again. But in order to make it feel like any other day, we do our best to make sure we can enjoy our dinner in the most lively way possible. And after we finish and clean up our Western and Japanese mixed style dinner, we resume our strategizing session.
では、リンは竜道寺に聖杯があると。
I said Ryudo, sorry.
ええ、前から今回の恒例場所は竜道寺だと睨んでたのよ。キャスター対策で監視役の使い魔を放ってたんだけど、それもついさっき潰れたし、あの金ピカ竜道寺に陣取ってると見て間違いないわ。
竜道寺ですか。厄介ですね。あの山には山門からでしか侵入できない。当然ギルガメッシュも山門で待ち構えているでしょう。
そうね。けど逆に言えば位置が特定できて助かるわ。あいつも厄介だけど、聖杯の召喚を止める方が先決だもの。セイバーにはあいつの足止めをしてもらって、その隙に私たちで聖杯を壊すっていうのが理想でしょうね。
待った、聖杯を壊すって、それはセイバーじゃないとできないんじゃないのか。俺たちじゃ聖杯には触れないんだろう。
そうね。私たちに呼び出された聖杯を壊すことはできない。けどその前に聖杯の器を壊すことはできる。正確には聖杯が発動する前に停止させるってことだけど。
聖杯を停止させるってどういう意味だ？
あんまり考えたくないんだけど、今までの話を総合すると、聖杯はイリアスフィールの心臓でしょ。けど聖杯っていうのはイリアスフィールの体、魔術回路とセットだと思う。あいつはイリアスフィールが聖杯になることを嫌がって、核となる器官だけを引き抜いたとするとね、聖杯として機能させるためにはもう一度魔術師の体に埋め込まないといけない。残ったマスターは私とあと一人だけ。私がここにいる以上、あいつが聖杯基盤に選ぶのは
シンジってことか。けどシンジにはその
魔術回路がないって言うんでしょ。きっとそんなの構わないのよ、あいつは。不完全な聖杯を作りたがってるんだから、不完全なマスターに埋め込むでしょうね。血が絶えたって言っても、魔党の血族には遺伝的に魔術回路の跡があるし、イリアスフィールの心臓なんて、そんな核融合炉をつけられたら、閉じてた回路だって力ずくで開かれるわ。
In that case, what we need to do first is to separate Shinji from the Grail. I don't understand what it means to become the foundation for the Grail, but we must stop it if we can still make it.
ですが、それをギルガメッシュが許すとは思えない。聖杯を止めるということは、ギルガメッシュを倒すということではないのですか？
そうだな。あいつが聖杯を守っているのは明白なんだから、まずあいつをどうにかしないと話にならない。
そうね。けどあいつ、山門で私たちを待ち受けてると思うのよ。私たちの最大の戦力であるセイバーが、山門からしか入れない以上、それ以外の突入経路はないんだもの。だから。
なるほど。私は単身で山門から突入する。リンとシロはその隙に裏から竜道寺に侵入するのですね。マスターである二人なら竜道寺の結界も意味はない。
そういうこと。セイバーには頑張ってもらうしかないんだけど、とにかくあいつの足止めをして、私たちも聖杯を止め次第すぐに駆けつけるから。
またそれは無茶だ。セイバーじゃあいつにはかなわない。足止めなんてできないぞ、きっと。
何よ、やけにあいつの肩を持つわね、シロ。
全くです。確かに彼は強敵だが、それでも防戦に徹すれば私とて簡単には破れません。
Let me give you Avalon.
その根拠を言ってください、シロ。
いや、そういう意味じゃないんだ。俺が見た限りあいつよりセイバーの方が強い。これは絶対だ。かけてもいい。
ではなぜそのようなことを言うのです？
だから英霊である限りあいつには勝てないんだ。そうだな。もしあいつがセイバーと同じ宝具しか持ってないのなら、セイバーはまず負けない。剣士としての能力は比べるまでもないんだから。けどあいつの強さはそういう個人としての強さじゃないんだ。どんなに優れた兵士でも戦争そのものには勝てないだろ。あいつはそういう類の英霊だ。対抗するには同じ戦争じゃないと飲み込まれる。
つまりシロは私と彼とでは相性が悪いと言っているのですね。
ああ、そういうこと。だから登坂、何の策もなしでセイバーとあいつは戦わせられない。せめて突破口ぐらいないと勝ち目がないんだ。
We don't even know about his true noble phantasm.
そんなこと言われなくても分かってるわよ。だから今からそれを考えようって言ってるんじゃない。
ではリンには策があるのですね。
そう都合よく思いつくはずないでしょ。シローの言った通り、あいつの宝具は戦争だもの。戦争っていうのは戦力をどれだけ整えたかで勝敗が決まるものでしょ。いかに上手に兵器を扱えるかじゃなくて、どれだけ相手と同じ戦力を。
なんだよ登坂、いきなり黙り込んで。
そっか、だから目の敵にしてたんだ。そうよね、自分の宝具を持たない英霊なら原点になる武器さえ存在しない。待てよ、それってつまり。
リン、どうしたのです？いきなり私の背後に回って。
なんでもない。ちょっと考え事するから二人で勝手に会議してて。
Saber and I look at each other. Well, if Tosaka has an idea, then it's better we leave her alone.
ではそうなるとアーチャーとの一騎打ちは避けた方がいいということですね。ですが私とてリンのバックアップがある。彼女からの供給があれば封印していた私の宝具も問題なく使用できます。それならば彼が宝具を使用する前に倒せる可能性もあるのですが。
セイバーの宝具？それって風王結界じゃなくて。
Yeah, it's safe now to say.
はい、風王結界は鞘に過ぎません。リンの許しがあれば私は自らの聖剣を使用できます。前回聖杯を破壊したのもその剣です。
そうか。じゃあそのあたりは登坂次第ってことか。
そうですね。聖剣を使用すれば私だけでなくリンにも大きな負担がかかります。
だってさ登坂、お前の魔力量どのくらい余裕があるんだ？
魔力量ってなんで私の考えてることわかるのよ、あんた。なんでもない。私のことは放っておけって言ったでしょ。セイバーの宝具のことならちゃんとわかってるわ。言っとくけど私とセイバーじゃ撃てて2回よ。1回は聖杯に使うんだから、ギルガメッシュとの戦いに使うっていうなら1回だけだからね。
セイバー、登坂はそう言ってるけどどうだ？
わかりません。
What is Tosaka up to?
アーチャーがあらゆる宝具を持つというのなら私の宝具と拮抗するものも所有しているでしょう。そうなれば あとはどちらの宝具が優れているかという戦いになる。
そうか。結局宝具の競い合いになるのは否めないのか。
If it ends up like that, Gilgamesh will have the upper hand. I won't let Saber walk into a reckless fight like that, but... Damn it, I can't put my thoughts together. By the way, what exactly is Tosuka doing? She's been acting weird. I say that because she's been looking in my direction, then quickly looking away.
はい、トサカ。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。アイデアあるんだろ。
ないわよ。こんなところで言えるわけないでしょ、バカ。
I don't understand what made her say something like that, then quickly look away as if something weird is on my face.
シロ。
いや、なんでもない。あいつは変なんで、ほっといて話を進めよう。
And so, we're continuing our strategy meeting with just the two of us. But without Tosuka, the brain of our operation, we can't really think of an effective strategy to overcome our predicament.
ないんならさっきの案でいいでしょ。結婚は夜明け前だから、それまで各自自分の部屋で十分に休みを取っておくように。
Tosuka has unilaterally decided the direction for us. Why does it feel like we're like locked into like a bad route from here? Oh no, not yet. Not yet. Time is passing by. The hands on the clock are about to signal a new day. Tosuka told me to at least take a nap, but I'm not really in any condition to fall asleep. In a few hours, we'll have to face that servant. If we move right before dawn, that means everything will be over by the time sun rises. There's no way I can stay still in a time like this. I should save here and wait till next time. No, yeah. Cause like I probably could push through to like finish this today, but like no. No, that'd be too much streaming, even for me. Yeah. So then we're gonna have to like make our choice, right? And then like it'll maybe split her off into like our good and bad routes there. Yeah, no, you worked overtime, I know. But then next stream shouldn't be like too like short either, right? So now let me go ahead and get rid of that like end part of in the title. So yeah, there we go. Wow, it took us 10 parts to get through the first round of Fate, and then it took us 6 parts now. Well, actually 7, because I think we start on 10. Yeah. Time to wrap it up. Yeah, did I save? I did. Well, I'm gonna do it again anyway. I should. Yeah. Whew. But yeah, I was gonna say, like the whole like Archer versus Shiro fight there, that was really good. When the music started kicking in, and it's just like switching perspective between like Shiro and Shiro, right? Like, I don't know. I just really like that's probably like one of like my more like favorite like action tropes, or like a battle against yourself, you know, against different versions of yourselves, about what could be versus who you are now. Like that like type of conflict in just character dynamics are just really good to me, because it's just like a very on the nose like breakdown of like the character that you're doing that for, right? So yeah. But other than that, let me see what else happened like today, because like my brain is fried. We start from here, right? Oh yeah, cats are pretty. Yeah, I'm glad that we let me see, that we managed to get Saber back, and like Ku being like such like the bro that he is, like doing all of this too. Yeah, there was only 2 days. We only did 2 days worth of stuff, but it was so much. Jesus Christ. End of a hero. Man. Yeah. So the next weekend after the 4th of July will be the final part for Unlimited Blade Works, and then we're probably gonna wait until I don't even know. Probably until after October, honestly. Until we do Heaven's Feel. Because like if I plan to take a month break, then that's gonna start in August. But then honestly I feel like it's been so much Fate recently that I want to take a larger break until then, and then October of course is like my horror month, right? So I don't want to like start Fate in September and then have to like put it on pause because I'm doing all of my horror game streams in October. So then, yeah, I guess November would be the start of like a Heaven's Feel, and honestly, that might be good. Taking a longer break between like unlimited break works to now. Whatever feels right, yeah. Besides, I have a lot of catching up to do with like the 2 RPGs that I've started. Claire Obscure and Xenoblade X. So yeah, and then whatever other games that like I end up streaming, right? So yeah. Other than that though, I'll be streaming on Tuesday and Thursday next week. Like I mentioned, because of like holiday schedules, like temporary stuff. So then instead of Wednesday Thursday, it'll be Tuesday Thursday, and then Saturday potentially. So yeah. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else that I need to say. So let me see here. I want to check on something really quick. Because if they're still live, let me see. She just finished 6 minutes ago. How do I... Man. Alright, I guess no working yapping for me. But alright. Too slow, bro. I'm sorry, I should have read just a little bit faster. Ah. But alright. So I guess with all that being said, yeah. Ooh. I'll go ahead and just call it a stream here. So thank you guys so much for stopping by today. Thank you to all the lurkers, to all the VOD watchers, and to everybody else who stopped by during the stream too. Yeah, I always appreciate it. And then so if you'll be there, I'll see you during potentially during like Lily's like collab stream with her B sibling. I can't guarantee that I'll be awake because I only had like 4 hours of sleep last night. So then and then plus I was trying so hard not to fall asleep like during this stream too. And then crying in like the other stream today too didn't help because that also exhausted me. So I'm just like drained all around. But yeah, take a nap. But it's like it's bedtime, but like at this point. So if I take a nap, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. Yeah, actually just go to bed at this point. Exactly. But yeah, I'll talk to you guys later though. Probably Tuesday is when I'll be. So yeah. Alrighty. With all that being said, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye. My voice.